All right. I'll keep the music going for a little bit longer. Apologies for any awkwardness in the model. I am actually kind of messing with some settings regarding it at the moment. So, there's a good chance that with things as they are, there's going to be kind of awkward movement going on. It's like we're gonna be going kind of into late Sunday, so I'm not really expecting much, but I did want to. It's probably enough neat those waters. Excuse me. I did want to keep playing this game because I'm enjoying it quite a lot. Um,
Rudolph Ambros said still discoing.
Oh, 1 second, I fucked up.
Rudolph.
I didn't realize you could hear me accidentally hitting fucking text-to-speech in Discord. Good fucking god. No, don't clip it. Not now. Um... that's probably going to have to do as far as advertising goes. Apologies for the fan running, but I have to insist. It gets quite hot in here. One moment. Alright, well, and scene. Change with that. I need to get a scene transition. Okay. This will probably have to do, I think. Just this whole kind of setup I have going on right now. And it is in case of strike, press button behind guard. Okay, this feels louder than I recall. We'll make this feel locked by hermetic means. Locked by hermetic means, locked by electronic means. That would be something. Okay. Let's take stock here. So, last time I chiefly failed to inspect a corpse, is I guess the main event of that whole thing. But I guess more notably, or less notably, I sort of explored that diner history a little bit. I took a peek in the bookstore. I still want to get that book about the Pale that I heard about a little bit. I want to I found out a little bit more about this ongoing strike. It's got this whole area in a tizzy. I found out I scrounged around the trash and found my paperwork. I actually want to fucking... Greater Ravishal Industrial Harbor. I don't know if I actually want to, like... explore here at the moment. I think everything kind of... I think stuff back here is of greater interest to me, really. Oh, hello. You think I'm looking for? Okay, apparently not. You don't have a whole lot to say.
You see a heavy steel door with a prominent dimple lock. It's painted blue. The cobalt blue surface feels rough to touch. The stainless steel door is flush with its frame on every side.
Okay. Try to push
The
on the door.
door does not.
Don't I have the fucking key for this thing?
Can I help you? Another thing. Great. I love those.
There's a mysterious blue steel door in the back of the kitchen.
Oh, yes, that door, sure. There's nothing mysterious about it. It's just a door.
Do you know what's behind it? Do you have...
No, I don't have a key. I don't know how to get there. And I don't care either. It's not like I've been wondering about it for 10 years. It's just the frick warehouse, probably.
Wait, he doesn't know? Okay. I'm going to try something with this avatar. This may not be the time to do it, but this is a game where I think me... I don't even think it's going to work. I just wanted to try out, I guess, facial detection. Because I think this might be I figured this may actually end up being kind of a weird one for me to just be kind of smiling at the camera the whole time. But... this could go quite poorly. I'll be watching.
Or some boring storage space with a bunch of old junk and dust. Junk and dust.
He runs his finger across the counter to check for dirt.
He's attempting to maintain an air of indifference. It's absolutely not convincing.
I think you'd like to know what's back there.
Fine, okay, a little. But my job doesn't leave me time for wondering about one locked door in one of the cafeterias I manage.
You caused my sound to peak, sir.
So, I haven't opened it. I have cleaned the whole place 100 times over, though, after the animals. And I haven't found a key, so good luck with that.
Is that what that falcon's about? I had no idea why, but I kind of assumed he was a fucking taxidermist. There's literally no information that supports that conclusion. I don't know why that was just like what embedded itself into my head, if I'm being honest. Hello, Lurker.
Yes?
Bye. Okay, so... I'm going to talk to you again.
Hello again,
Maybe you
sweetie.
have updated dialogue. seem to be in a
Yes,
chair.
dear. I'm a paraplegic.
A paraplegic is someone with limited or no ability to use the lower half of their body. Paraplegia is caused by spinal cord injuries, like falling from a great height, or a grenade explosion.
A grenade. Did you fight Nora? Sorry, it was rude of... I think I should... Like, I've heard somewhere I should be pursuing the... I don't know. They haven't generally turned up things.
That's quite all right. I'm used to people asking questions. I know they're thinking about it anyway.
There is no bitterness in her voice. She accepted the curiosity her condition inspires a long time ago.
Anything else I particularly want to ask there?
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater
I
gauge.
haven't actually been that thorough with this car. So,
A metallic drawer slides out from under the seat and clicks into place. The tools inside are neatly organized.
Take what you need, officer. It's going to be a long case. I'm not protective of my tools, like some men are.
He's clearly a little protective of his tools. But what can you do? Work is work. It's robust, weatherproof, and well-made. Police issue, blue.
I could see the use of just having a flashlight on me, so I'll take that.
Lets you see things in the dark you would otherwise miss.
And the rest of the stuff I don't really want
Pull-out
to carry
toolbox
around, so I
slides
just...
back into its nest.
We'll just take the
Preheater
fire.
gauge casts a warm glow on the steering levers and the radio on its hook.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
I really don't want to call about the money. I am embarrassed about that still, I think. You should connect me to a civilian, Sylvie.
Of course. What is the number, officer?
Kim didn't give you something?
Yes, hold on. Her number is 005 1944 298.
Received. Hold on, officer.
Fuck yeah,
Give it a
man.
minute. She might be busy at the moment. Takes a bit to get to the phone.
Officer, I have Sylvie Malaika on the line for you.
Thank you.
Yes, hello?
A female voice greets you through the static. It sounds like she's a million miles away from here. Please call in. I have some questions for you about your last days at work.
Oh, right. Hello, officer. What can I do for you?
You can hear resentment in her tone. She's not thrilled to be talking to you again.
Was it you who called the police?
No, not me.
But why didn't you call? Didn't the corpse behind your workplace bother you?
What? Of course it bothered me. But I thought the union already knew about the corpse.
What does the union have to do with anything?
No one calls the police. The union would get angry.
What do you mean by that?
You know, what the union says goes. People listen to them and they take care of their own, which is like everyone here.
Wait, Kim. Just speaking truth, the union is the law around here. I kind of already know this, but I want to explore some of these avenues.
Legally, no. In reality, yes. Martinez is de facto policed by the dock workers union.
Words are not necessary to feel the lieutenant's discontent for the situation.
Tell me why exactly did you let a corpse hang in your own backyard for weeks instead of calling us the push?
I didn't want to get in trouble with the others.
Push her further. Show her the error of her ways. No, don't push her. It sounds as if she's about to cry.
I guess I follow. I will be empathetic.
You do? What else can I do for you?
Do you know who did make the
No,
call?
sorry. I don't. Not a lot of people have phones around here. Copper thieves take the wires.
Okay, it's that kind of thing.
People don't have the money to have the cables put in again. They use the Union's phone, or the one on the coast.
So the Union has a phone, and there's one further down the coast. Got it.
It was someone else. We'll find them sooner or later, officer. It just might take a while.
Yeah, go on.
You quit your job at the Whirling. Why?
You mean, why did I leave the bar? Honestly, I'm not really comfortable discussing it with you, sir.
What did I know?
Why not?
Wait, why aren't you comfortable discussing with me?
Let's just say I left because I needed to get away from someone.
Can you just leave because of guard?
What? No, why would you even think that?
Told me I asked you out. You're saying you didn't have to?
Please, don't bring Gar into this. It's none of your business. I already said I don't want to talk about this. You're messing everything up again.
It's a police investigation. I kind of... I noticed my face just went angry there. I'm gonna turn that off, I think. You experiment with that another day. You know, I kind of want to push this further.
You mean, why did I leave the...
Why not?
Get away.
Let's just say I left because I needed to get away from someone.
Away from whom?
You know whom.
And you're coming back. So you're I won't push on this. So you're coming back to work.
Maybe, I don't know. I just know I have to take some time off right now.
Do you know how my paperwork ended up in the trash container behind the whirling?
Well, you tried to jam it down the toilet, sir, clogging it completely. After I had unclogged the toilet and retrieved the paperwork, I threw it out in the trash, thinking you didn't need it. I am sorry about that. Anything else, Detective?
Have you seen my badge?
Yes, I know who you are. You're a police officer. The law.
This exact conversation has happened before. Establishing authority before this young girl seems to have...
Oh, no,
I
haven't, sorry.
Real policemen have uniforms too, by the way. Where's yours?
Kim doesn't have a uniform. Seems real to me.
He's in plain clothes, voluntarily. It's different from not knowing where your uniform is. There are officers who wear the signature Perseus black uniforms to the highest ranks in the RCM and end up buried in them as well. Others do it more casually. Looks like you're one of them.
Was it you who... actually, let me
Yes, I...
This exact conversation has happened before.
Wait, how did you
Establishing
first learn
authority
those
before
places?
this young girl seems to have been important to you in the past. Don't go there again.
How did you first learn a police officer?
You told me back in the whirling. You told everybody, and so does your badge. I don't need to hear about it anymore.
Ugh.
Oh,
Real policemen have uniforms too. There are officers who wear the signature Perseus black uniforms to the highest ranks in the RCM.
Have
and
you
end
seen
up
my gun?
burying
Sounds
them
like a
as well.
not good question to
Others
ask.
do it more casually. Looks like you're one of them.
I feel like she'd mention it, but we'll go.
please, no. Not this again. Everyone saw your cool gun, detective.
She sounds beyond exasperated. I showed you my gun. When did it
You were
happen?
trying to impress some people with it. Everyone was eating, and
And what did I do?
you were waving it around in everyone's face, begging them to describe it. You said it calms you, and then you started making suicide jokes. It got pretty graphic.
Okay, prediction. This whole, like, waking up a completely new person thing I do that happened to me is just what I do. So, depending on when people meet me, they just know a completely different guy. I think that's the twist here. Or a twist.
Oh, those again. I have been trying to wean you off them. You know, when you put your gun, your actual gun, on your temple and pretend to shoot your brains out, off of that, people don't like that. I remember this. You were screaming things like, "My brains are all over the wall, painting them red. I won't be seeing it, 'cause these are my brains. I can't see without my brains." Very nice visuals there. Some poor sod was trying to eat his pudding while you were screaming, spit flying, imitating the mercy shot right next to him. Spat some in his food. I don't think he touched it after.
Okay, I don't know what to say to that.
Me neither.
If I can kill myself. I mean, it seems a bit sappy, but what happened to my gun?
No idea. All I know is next you were waving around money instead, saying things like big bucks cannot lie and guns can't buy money, but money can always buy guns. It almost looked like you pawned it. But believe me, I did not ask.
Okay, hello Claire. Let me catch you up. When precisely did you leave in terms of story? I can't recall. What was I doing? Of course, the VOD is up forever. That's kind of why I wanted to do this on the YouTube channel. So I would have the VODs for this just up on the main channel. Okay, so let's go to the menu, which we're paused. So everything that's happened so far. Still don't have a map. Okay, we sort of looked around the cafeteria. We established that I have near complete amnesia. I have. So that was early on. We kind of investigated the cafeteria, tried to figure out what the hell I've been doing. I apparently left the corpse had been up there for 7 days. I'd been aware of it for 2, and I'd left it there for 2 days because I was just drinking instead. And when I got there, there were like kids, like some weird kids who say slurs a lot, throwing rocks at it. And I took 1 point of morale damage because he fucking owned me. Main thing I did was try and fail several times to investigate a corpse, because every single time I could not get near enough to it without vomiting, apparently. No matter what precautions I took. And it's the main thing. The game is tutorializing me to level endurance right now, so I have to just go around and look into other stuff. But we learned a little bit about the strike that's happening at the docks right now and the conflict that's causing, the role of the dock workers union in this part of town. What have I done? We established, I dug around in the fucking dumpster and found, well, for one, I found the victim's clothes, but I also, you wouldn't handle a corpse without gloves, which I didn't want to ask the lady for her gloves. She seemed really, like, stressed out by my presence, honestly. And it felt weird. I probably will ask her, though, eventually. I called the station about my badge. I still need to call them about the damage, the finance I need to pay for the damages. But I found my my files in the fucking dumpster, and they apparently reveal that I'm really, really good at this. Like, cases solved 216. This is all just info I've gotten from that. But the thing that I thought would be funny is I investigated a bookstore run by a very, very strange woman, and in one of them there was like an extensive bit about like a book about alternative medicine, and I thought you'd be cranked up by that, but because it's exactly like archetypally like the kind of shit you and I just look into on our own. I'm not sure if I can even, like, go through that whole sequence again. I don't know if I want to, because it did take, like, a few minutes in-game. I'm not sure if you're still there. Hello, fire engine, I think. Outside my actual window. Fuck. Okay. What's a sec? Like, what was the last thing I said? What was the last thing I said? Okay. Jeremy, talk about this number, and like me finding my ledger and stuff. Oh no, it's just one body. Anyway, as I said, I found my I found the victim's clothes and my like police bullshit, my like clipboard and ledger in the fucking dumpster. And it's apparently I am really good at this. But from what I'm finding out from this conversation, I'm socially inept and deeply uncomfortable to be around, so give and take. The conversation I'm currently in, cases solved 216. People killed 3, which I have been told is low. By my buddy Kim. Here. I'm still gonna need to. It's my avatar. I'll keep talking as I do that. Maybe, I don't know. Whether you need gloves so you stop spewing. I will fucking talk to the lady again. Jesus. By the way, the game wants me to level endurance at the moment, so that's my working solution. Plus, there's other things I want to look into. Anyway, though, the thing that I thought you'd find funny is I looked into a bookstore run by an incredibly strange woman. And, among other things, on the shelves there was a book of alternative medicine exactly like the stuff that you and I find out in the wild that I thought was very funny. And I thought you would get a kick out of it if you saw it. Oh, sweet. But on that same bookshelf, after I can't even remember what check, I found another book on, it was another book also on alternative medicine, kind of, but it was like, I can't remember the exact title, it's like The Benefits of the Pale, the benefits of like walking in the pale or something, Pale, and, it's just like a bunch of really weird shit, and it did not explain what the hell the pale is, and I want to buy it. Because I'm attempting to play Dale Cooper here. So, seems up my alley. I don't know if I should ask this woman if she's seen my uniform. Okay, so, like I said, I'm apparently really good. I've apparently solved a bunch of cases, but this woman is saying that the last time she encountered me, I was pointing my real gun at my head and making jokes about how I was going to kill myself. So, buy the board game. Can you, like, not, fucking, like, backseat, please? The only thing that I am super... Like, if I have questions, I'll ask. But I want to, like, stumble into things. Sorry, I don't mean to, like, snap, but, I want to just find things. I didn't really look at the board games extensively. Fuck it.
Uniform? I never saw you in any uniform. You had your things on. The disco things.
I don't know what the fuck to make of that.
I do hope so. Please, don't call me again. Bye.
Why does she seem angry with you? I have high empathy. Let's check.
Yes, you have obviously done something to upset her at the Whirling in Rags when she was still working there.
Okay. Wait, before you go. You're mad at me, right? Tell me, what did I do? Can't remember anything.
I'm not mad. It's just... You were so drunk and so emotional all the time, and then the skua thing happened. Just made me want to quit.
What skua thing?
The stuffed bird, the great skua. You threw it against the wall while screaming, "Fuck that bird," and laughing like a maniac.
She's mad. Okay. Is that what happened? Is that what that? Okay, so that was like a piece of taxidermy that the guy had. I think the other guy left, but like the gloves thing was one thing. I don't know. I just was not super into being like pointed in directions and things, because
I think you said it had been giving you shit ever since you got there.
doesn't sound anything like me. I do love birds.
Yes, well,
I'm trying. Maybe I'm just like rationalizing. I don't know if it was really that bad. But I just rather. I just rather find things on my own. Tell me that was one that made you want to quit?
yes, obviously. You were the worst client I've ever seen. And I have seen so many assholes in this place. I've had sailors fighting, union guys grabbing my ass, kids stealing booze. Once a guy was glued to the karaoke machine every night for 2 months. But you...
Thoughts on the recent Starfield thing? It's fucking completely absurd. I don't... Oh god, I don't fucking remember the quotes. But yeah, I've been very familiar with Az for a bit. And it's fun to see more people become familiar with Az.
Well, you were worse than all of them. Honestly, you were getting borderline aggressive. Even about little things like not turning down the volume at 3 a.m. I even liked one of those songs you kept listening to on repeat. No more. I hate it now.
Hold on, which song?
We Go On by the O.O. I can't listen to it anymore. You've turned it into a parody.
Sorry about the song. I'm okay. Here's the thing. That guy, his name, he goes by Heel versus Babyface, more commonly known to me as Az. They're commonly known to his friends and the people who don't particularly like him as Az. And I have known of him for quite a while, actually. So that doesn't really surprise me. It's fun to see everyone else get to know him.
To hell with that song. Then there was your room. Your project. An experiment to see how bad it can get in there.
Jesus fuck.
I tried to send the cleaner, but you wouldn't let me. Threatened to make me understand. I had no idea what you meant, and I don't want to know. And then you screamed something about the end of all times and how everyone is a piece of shit.
Sounds intense.
And then I had to deal with your toilet. The one you clogged with police documents, causing water damage downstairs in the kitchen.
And the guy who only making me pay for the fucking broken window? Really?
I won't even mention you waving your gun around, harassing customers, threatening to sing karaoke, threatening to kill yourself.
Okay, I get it. I wasn't a very good tenant.
No, you really weren't. You were simply the worst.
Huh. Don't even know what to say.
God, I knew I shouldn't have brought it up. Just try not to call me again, and let's pretend it never happened.
Yeah, maybe. But when I spoke to Gart, it seemed like he thought you left because of him.
Wait, really? No, this is absolutely not true. I like Guard. I really do.
I'm not a fan of the fact that the only response it's giving me is completely socially inept. Did he cross the line when he asked you out? Like, given everything I know by now, this seems really dumb.
No, I was actually flattered. I've always liked him. It was just bad timing. With the corpse and all that.
There's a pause. You can almost see her on the other side. The telephone cord coiled around her index.
I didn't know what to say to him later. Then you came and destroyed the place. So I left without explaining. I should have told him, maybe.
I can tell him.
Okay, but please don't mess it up. Please don't take out your gun or something.
What else did I sing besides the "Oh, I'm looking for a song"? Should I ask this?
All sorts of things. From disco, rock too. So much disco and rock.
Was I singing "The Smallest Church in Saint Sand"? This seems like something that that like has hidden meaning. Again, I'm Dale Cooper in it.
Yes,
So.
that's the one you like to sing along to the most. The later it got, the more that one came on.
Interesting. You still have to find a copy, though, before you can blast it.
All right. Thank you for talking with me. Take care.
You hear a sigh of relief on the other end of the radio. Wordless, the call breaks. Then, the already familiar voice.
Anything else I can help you with, officer?
Okay, can be the 41st
Just
again.
a moment, officer.
10-4, come in, officer. Over.
I'm in dire need of financial assistance.
10-4, I hear you. I don't have the authority to grant your request, but...
What does he want now?
He's asking for money.
Is he fucking kidding?
I don't think he is.
Don't give that asshole anything. He's just gonna drink it all.
I'm basically off the stuff now.
Alright, that's a negative on the additional funds, over.
I don't think there are very many RPGs that I've ever seen like this, where it's almost a visual novel, and just like everything is like invisible checks and dialogue that you don't even know about until you finish them. It is paramount to the investigation that you grant me
He
money.
says it's important to the case.
He isn't getting a red cent. You can tell him that.
Request denied, sir. Over.
But you don't have a place to
He
sleep.
says he's in trouble. Doesn't have a place to sleep.
Well, I guess he'd better crack the case before sundown then.
Vigmar said...
Can't hear you.
Anything else, sir? Over.
There's personal details I'd like to discuss.
Okay, 10-4, sir. I hear you. Relay your question. Over.
Wait. Before you say anything stupid, think it through.
Something to think
You're
about.
going to be looking at a straitjacket if you tell everyone you lost your memory. Be smart about this. Ask if he's there alone.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, you can. Yeah, I'll take a look at it.
10-4, sir. I'm not hearing your question.
Hold on. Are you alone in the room? I need some cop. Like, I know for a fact he's not, but
That's a negative, sir. I got a 10-12. Visitors present here. Over. Understood, sir. Over.
10-10.
Roger that. 10-10. Over and out.
With those words, the cabin becomes silent again. The radio microphone resting on its hook. Tap on the fuel preheater. Get you on the ammo.
As you tap on the gauge, the indicator pin jerks as if startled. It's in the large orange sector, indicating the engine is warm. Next to the gauge is a red switch labeled heat.
Now, that's enough fun with the foldable headlights. I know they are mesmerizing. They are also
It is
fragile.
3 p.m. now.
I'm not going to turn it on for you again.
Okay. Well, got a flashlight now. Okay, I'm getting there. I don't know if it's gonna happen today, which is bad because I'm not doing great for cash. I'm not like doing good enough for cash. So I'm absolutely gonna be out my ass. Okay, so let's kind of make a plan here, I guess. I just have to fucking ask people for money.
Hello again, my man. What's on your mind?
Care to spare some change for work and stuff?
Oh. No, I ain't got any money. They don't want to pay for unfinished work.
Oak Island? I'm not familiar. They who?
The bosses, man.
These bosses think they are, but sounds like a good arrangement for them. I don't know if I have opinions on this, really. I mean, I do. I do, but I'm going for a pretty politically tame guy here, so... Forgot what I was
You know,
gonna ask you.
what you need?
What do you hold on?
High-grade narcotics, illegal firearms, stuff like that.
Relax. He's merely joking.
Kane, what do you actually
Can't even
hauling?
get a few jokes past you, my man. I've got another haul of found cargo. Mostly sporting goods, tracksuits, and that kind of thing. They usually get shipped to Grodd in the Occident, though we've been making headway in the Ilmaran market lately.
German
This
behind
rocking
you?
beauty. Sure is, like a rash you can't get rid of. You interested in heavy-duty cargo machinery?
A motor lorry, also called a camion, on Caillou and neighboring islands. This one looks roughed up enough to be some sort of found rust bucket. Maybe the A6?
That an A6 you got there?
Good eye, my man. Yup, she's an old one, but reliable. Me and her spent a long time together.
There it is again. A little touch of sadness beneath his cool. He thinks he spent too long in this lorry.
So nothing illegal.
Not unless they've illegalized sports equipment while I was on the road.
The man taps his fingers rhythmically against his arm.
Wait. What did I see there? I guess we can go, because there's a couple of rounds I can go, right?
There are clothes inside. Cheap second-hand clothes, smelling of strangers' body odors.
Wait, the Ark of the Covenant, this is in North America, right? Okay, there are...
Don't be shy. These are premium class clothes. Good quality fabrics, best retro design. Save the economy with your style, officer.
Save the economy? That sounds off.
Save the economy, what are you talking
Haven't
about?
you heard, officer? We've got to be economically conscious. Recycle your cash, keep it in circulation. Don't buy new things. Buy eco.
What the fuck is the Ark of the Covenant doing in Nova Scotia? And also, why does the economy need saving?
Look around, officer. You see all these premium goods just sitting there, not getting bought? We've got to keep the flow of goods moving. Is this really the economy we want to leave to our children?
economy is usually just destruction of cultural issues, you know, immigrants. And I didn't tell you about the, like, racist we met, did I? No time. You know what, I'll indulge you. Because I think I might get a thought out of it. Interesting. Well, before you look too much into that, maybe I would recommend reading Dan Simmons' Hyperion, because that is intriguing to me. You know, finding some strange and anachronistic crosses. We are of the cruciform. Anyway. We do have to save Mother Economy.
That's the spirit. We've all got to do our part. Your part is to open the box and buy some clothes.
I'm a little bit of a sorry count.
You find your hands deep in tattered and faded garments made from weird polyester blends that make your body itch and sweat in all the wrong places.
Yeah, Hyperion is probably like my favorite like sci-fi book I've read in recent memory. It's got a really like cool and different structure that lets it play with a lot of different genres. I'm really happy I picked that up.
Economical, but also trendy. Look first hand, buy second hand. Keep the economy moving.
Let's find something in the pile if we can.
Something cold grazes your hand. Synthetic and sleek. A windbreaker. Surf, it says, but also wind, summer, 100% waterproof, and sport. All in different typefaces.
Good choice, officer. Mega sporty. And it's only $4.50 for you, sir.
For now. A helpline to the company that controls the drawbridge. The dumpster, if I felt inclined. Yeah, sure, I'll take gloves out of the trash. Like everything I've gotten has told me electrochemistry may not even be a stat I want to be high. Because I've had exactly a message from you just appeared in like the chat pop-up window and I can't see it. So everything I've seen like from electrochemistry tells me it's a stat I may not even necessarily want to be high. It's like it might have been the History Channel message, so that's super delayed. Anyway, the whole I've had exactly one like electrochemistry check and I failed it, and that meant that I didn't lick like an alcohol stain off the floor. So you know what? Maybe having these gloves is a bad idea, but water lock out of order until Wednesday, 7:15 p.m. Is there anything else really in this area? I don't know if I want to go in the building. Like there's time concerns in here. let's just go back here. I don't know if this is Measurehead, who I think I know a thing or two about.
Nobody betrays your degeneracy.
Yep. Okay, I mentioned I was going in mostly spoiler free. I know about this character.
Yeah, Measurehead. His body totally betrays his degeneracy.
So nothing, size him up
Are
first.
you admiring my morphophysiology?
A ripple of muscle passes underneath his skin. He lets you look.
It must be frightening to stand in the shadow of this racial pinnacle. Be calm, Sandwich. You are not in danger because you are not a threat to me.
My body does not betray my degeneracy.
You have succumbed to Al-Ghul.
His face contorts in disgust as if he were smelling a dead rat.
You reek of it. An invisible sword of Al-Ghul emerges from your throat. You cannot see it, but others can. It is making the woman in my company sick.
Wait, Al Ghul?
Yes, Al-Ghul.
He means alcohol.
You mean alcohol?
Correct, my small skull servant. Al-Ghul is an ancient Ilmaran poison, a parasitic fungus that has colonized your race. It is a trick the desert pygmies played on you, for humiliating them and stripping them of their land.
He's the only guy that talks like this. There's plenty of perfectly convincing French in this game. He's just like that.
Intentionally fermented drinks have existed for 10,000 years.
The Eomaran people did not invent alcohol. It's existed since the Neolithic.
This is a fabrication the alchemists of Yizot and Bashir and their Rolam Al-Ghul have fed your people. Go on believing in it, race loser.
I do not think that's how history runs.
Why don't you have another drink? Your features are not yet congenitally deformed enough.
Oh yeah, Measurehead.
Babe looks at him with eyes formation that transcends the merely sexual. I don't know what that means. You're right, I'm a servant of alcohol, whatever, but I still need to enter the harbor.
No, you don't. You need to get another drink. Occidental Haplogroup B4 is done giving orders around here. The influence of the ham sandwich race is waning.
Does this remind you of someone? The guy down there?
The fat racist over there, point to the racist lawyerman, just him after pumping some iron.
Look at my craniology. I am the pinnacle of my haplogroup. The pink blob is a bad example, even of yours. It saddened me. You were once a noble and powerful race.
I don't understand your question. The ham sandwich. I assume you talked about the ham sandwich, right? Yeah. There are people who talk like this in the world. You can find them.
You gave the world eugenics, electricity, and powerful weapons of war like missiles and aerostatic aircraft. You made great gains in metallurgy, race theory, and statecraft.
Just slipping the bit there. Oh, my mic is peaking. I'm gonna turn it down a bit. Oh my god. I fucking love how this is. There's just. Is the music too loud, by the way? I notice it's actually going into the yellow from just the music. We're gonna be tweaking audio a little bit here. You should keep the world eugenics, electricity, purple weapons. Oh, good god. Interesting company you keep with the Union here. I turned my volume down a little bit as well, so I'm gonna need your feedback on that.
You dominated lesser cultures, like the deformed Hemians and the inexplicably potato-obsessed Khoikos. But now your ascent to the genetic summit has halted. You are obsessed with sadness and with frivolous pop culture.
It's crazy, man.
You will be superseded. Isn't that right, babe?
It is, baby, yeah. You know it.
There is a button right behind him, just out of reach. It must be the one that opens the door to the harbor.
Come on, you should move about 20 centimeters back.
It is my task to keep the degenerate drunks from entering the harbor.
This seems like a bad idea. Do I indulge him? I think he made his answer clear, and I'd like have Kim, who had like the whole thing with another race, another racist back there, rather. The realm. This guy feels like he would run one of those Twitter accounts that have a photo of a Greek statue, be called something like the realm of free thinking. Yeah, something like that. It's like the ham sandwich people have poisoned the European race with alcoholic fungi, and top comment, Elon Musk says fascinating. I don't think this is going anywhere. Still not totally sure about how thoughts work. Because I was told somewhere in because Elon Musk is the guy who like is known for making really very brief like replies to just random weirdos on his site. I'm not entirely sure how thoughts work. Because I was told that I should be opting into these, and if I don't like them, I just don't have to pursue them further. But I've only gotten the 2, and the one I've completed was a tutorial thing. So I'm not sure if I should be like picking weirder options. The ones I've kind of gone for haven't led to anything though. So hell if I know, right? I don't know if there's going to be like one big option to opt into all these, or what. Because I've been like steering clear of a lot of like dumb shit that I don't think I would say. But the times when I've opted in haven't led to anything. So I know, I'm just kind of thinking out loud here. part of like what I've heard makes me think there'll be like an option to dig into some of this stuff. Let's get out of the rain. And then I think I'm gonna run to the restroom, actually. So let's wait for the music to hit at least. If the music will hit. Okay. I'll be right back. Oh yeah, I've seen everything with that. I've seen everything with Elon and the ADL. Oh hey, then now the music kicks on, just as I'm back. One moment. Alright. Need to reset my model. I need to do a little more. There we go.
Can I help you?
Talk to Sylvie. She left because of me, not you.
Wait, what? But what about the bird?
Bird?
Yes, the bird. I found it lying on the floor with a broken wing the morning she left.
Said it was just an accident.
Why didn't she just tell me that? I don't care about stuffed birds.
I shouldn't have
care
said
about
that.
my
That was a
employees.
fucking bad idea.
All right. Did she say anything else? About me, you know? Did she say anything about me?
She said she was flattered. It was just a bad timing.
Really? I should give her a call then.
Man doesn't know what to say. He wipes his brow and starts at the counter.
Thanks, I guess. Was there anything else you wanted, or...?
I shouldn't have lied about the fucking bird, should I? I figured it would raise my bill up. But...
Yes, have you got it? A lot. A lot. For the room, drinks, and broken window, 130 real.
Yeah, I would do like 7 p.m. for you, right? I'll see ya. I might have to fuck with my model again.
Like what? I was really enjoying talking about the money you owe me.
Bye. Anything about the door? Let me ask him.
The man ponders his cooking utensils and gives you a little nod, acknowledging your presence.
Who's behind that door?
He looks up at you, then looks away quickly, shrugging and muttering something to himself. Shrugging is an international sign for, no, I don't know what's behind that door.
Thank you. Yeah, there's no way I'm possibly paying this guy, so... That makes me inclined to think that I shouldn't be super bothered about it.
You see a set of tire tracks in the brown slush that covers the plaza mosaic. Cop habit. You look at everything. This isn't case related, you think.
Not now. Man, while I still have the room, I've been like dumpster diving, who the hell knows what else for a bit.
The bed is cold and not particularly inviting, but it's yours. The sheets look awful.
The option to go to sleep becomes available every night after 9 p.m.
Not tonight. I cannot use the shower.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall.
And I'm not doing that for now. I'm not sure what controls whether or not I run. Local pawn shop would be a good place to ask. Finding the secret passage. I'm not going to tempt that force. I already tempt that force, as Kim says. I have already taken a point of morale damage from just trying to deal with those fucking kids. Oh, I didn't really need to do that, but whatever. Might be for the better. Sewer grate, a gateway to the river of filth. That's one way to put it. Hot air rises from the sewer, sour, acidic, and strangely comforting. Okay. As you like, my friend. As you like. Look at this.
A crumpled billboard reading, Samaran butter soaks in the canal. Two ugly lines mar the bright countenance of the blonde boy depicted.
What is Samaran butter?
Whatever it is, the boy on the billboard seems very happy about it. Goat milk butter. The Samaran terrain makes it easier to raise goats than cows, and the local goat farmers produce high-quality meat and dairy staples that add variety to other nations' diets. It's an acquired taste.
I'm sure you can reconstruct what happened here.
Just some tasteless advertising at the bottom of a canal. No use rubbernecking now.
What to see here?
G'day to you, officers.
You have a knife, sir.
A burly man hangs out by the waterlock, carving up a generous serving of salami with an old hunter's knife. His eyes are fixed on a man stranded on the other side of the waterlock and on an enormous billboard that has fallen down into the canal between them.
First things first, what are you doing here, man on the waterlock?
My friend Barry the Butcher is stuck on the other side of the waterlock. I'm keeping him company and eating his salami.
That is an answer.
From the corner of your eye, you see a man in a yellow shirt and grey overalls waving at you from across the canal. He seems disappointed about the wreckage on the waterlock and the salami.
Very good stuff. Anything I can do for you, officer?
The man on the waterlock picks the skin off a slice of salami and takes a sizable bite. You know what caused this wreckage? The billboard in the
I
back?
wasn't here to witness it, but those look like tire tracks on that sign. Weird, huh?
Oh.
Then again, plenty of daredevil drivers in Rivershoal.
It looked in pretty shit shape, so I was gonna assume it kind of just capsized one day. Interesting.
The words daredevil driver sound ominous to you.
Too bad it also takes a year and a day to repair anything around here, especially a waterlock. The rest of the coast is closed off till then.
You know what's further down the coast?
Well, there's the fishing village, an abandoned fish market, a bizarro church. Not much use to the congregation, though. There always seems to be something wrong with it.
He thinks for a moment.
Yeah, not really much else. Just bombed out ruins.
Noted. Can I have some of that salami?
Sure thing. Want some too, officer?
He turns to the lieutenant.
Why not?
Lieutenant ponders the offer for a moment and decides to go for it. He takes a slice of salami from the man and chews on it. I don't know when I'm going to be able to eat next, so...
A couple of indicator lights are missing from this control panel. Loose wires dangle from the now vacant holes. In the middle is a lever. Beneath it, a small metal plaque. This panel usually closes the waterlock, turning it into a bridge that lets you cross the canal. But there's a crashed salmon and butter sign in the way. Pulling the lever probably won't do anything.
Pull it.
You pull the lever all the way up until the metal clicks against the contact pins. You hear a soft clunk. Then, nothing happens. Nothing happens. A cold gust of wind blowing in from the sea interrupts the silence of the situation.
Lieutenant hunts himself while staring at your activities. Release the lever.
A spring brings the lever back to its original position. You still need to close the waterlock to get across the canal. Some other way. Wasn't there a sign over there saying functionality will be restored on Wednesday morning?
Wait, what date is it? It's Monday, okay. I do have some gloves now. Oh, what was that outside? I'll take a nose of it, I suppose. Let's do a hard save. Some kind of machine, an anti-cash register. Mostly military wear with a few more eccentric fashions thrown in.
A typical Martinez streetlight sits among assorted floor and table lamps.
I'll look at that in a second. Bust a wound. The plaque simply says Dell. In the dark, a film projector is whirring away. Select the man in the front first.
It's not often that I see officers from the RCM in my pawn shop.
The man at the counter turns to you slowly.
What can I do for you?
His courtesy is not insincere, but he prefers being alone with his projector, just watching the movement of light across the walls of the shop.
It's a little courteous. Sorry, I feel like I'm interrupting you.
Oh no, not at all. I guess I haven't had many customers lately. RCM or otherwise.
Who are your customers usually?
All kinds of people come through here. Locals, travelers, people looking for a deal, people looking for a keepsake. People who are terminally bored. As you can see, I have a wide selection of goods for everyone to choose from.
What the collection
It keeps
be?
me entertained.
His attention is drawn once more to the play of light and shadow on the walls behind you.
Entertained. He might be high. If he is, on what?
You might be able to aid our investigation.
I doubt it, but I can try and answer any questions you may have.
What do you think about the recent hanging?
I do my best to keep my distance from all manner of butchery. Bad for business. Bad for everyone.
He doesn't know anything. The pawnbroker's gaze is already fixed on the dancing colors.
It's never going to get easier. I'm not going to be narrowing in on that. So, by the way, do you happen to have any guns like the ones carried by cops?
Someone else came here earlier today asking the same question. I promptly sold her the gun you pawned a couple days back.
Really now? Okay.
This is a pawn shop, and it did feel as if you've met before. Oh god.
To give me morale damage, okay.
The lieutenant shifts from one foot to another, alert.
Wait, I sold you
You were adamant about getting rid of it, officer. Said you were undeserving of a service weapon of the Revachol Citizens Militia. and I don't like keeping guns around the shop for long. Off the charts photon emissions, the unhealthy kind.
I don't know what that means.
He's not telling you the whole story. It seems he's trying to spare you.
Figure something you're not telling
You
me.
weren't quiet yourself, officer.
What was I like?
You were very distraught. You said the gun was a threat to your life and that you can't trust yourself with it tonight. And that you need the money. When I said that I don't normally buy firearms, you put the gun barrel in your mouth and sort of sucked on it. Then I agreed to take it.
What the fuck have I... What the fuck have I been doing? I very, very natural feeling that you saw me fucking swap through the expressions trying to remember what's what key. Good shit.
Very normal behavior. You must have been in great shape.
How much did I sell the gun for?
15 real.
The lieutenant looks from you to Roy, and then back to you. It's clear that he hopes this tableau might still turn out to be a bad dream. It's not, though. This has got to be the most. Wow. There's pity there, too. In case you didn't notice.
Happens to the best of us, I guess.
It certainly does. Especially in Revachol.
The buyer
She didn't seem like a policeman. Although she kept referring to herself as a pig. Which was odd. I found her interest in the gun a bit obsessive. But I was just happy to get rid of it. And of her. Truth be told, she was terrifying.
Right, so let me get this right. You sold your sidearm, issued by the citizens' militia, and now a civilian is running around the streets of Martinez with it?
Miraculously, his face does not reveal what's happening inside.
I don't like it either. What if she intends to commit crime and blame it on the citizens?
You're right that she could cast aspersions on the force. We have to find her.
Looks around worried. Any day where I can find this
My
buyer?
apologies, officer, but I have no idea where she was coming from or where she went.
A needle in a haystack. There is nothing you can do about it now. You'll just have to hope you luck upon her somehow.
Alright, great. So now I lost my sidearm. Let's talk about something else.
Of course.
Yes, then what's his? It's not a high
Feeling
chance.
warm
Oh.
and enthralled by the movement of light, while the mind continues to race forward. Lucky bastard. He's probably on Parolidon. It's tough to come by on the street.
Parolidon, what is
A
that?
drug developed by the military to treat and prevent radiation sickness. It has psychedelic side effects, and it makes your eyes turn yellow.
Is it just me or is it really warm in here?
I tried to keep the shop at a comfortable temperature.
There's a note of indignation in his voice. Interesting.
No judgment, just curious. I probably did loads of Parolidon before I lost my memory.
I've had to take it. You know, since the People's Pile cleanup. I was with the Emergency Relief Brigade.
He's taken for mental and emotional, not physical pain these days.
People's
A
Pile?
bad idea. Some poor leftist built a particle decay generator in hopes of bringing affordable electricity to underserved communities. It malfunctioned. Radioactive waste everywhere. Probably some of it in you, too.
The People's Pile was a Type U particle decay generator that failed immediately after entering service, releasing radioactive waste into River Esperance.
What is a particle
A
decay
primitive
generator?
nuclear reactor, also called a pile.
Why is it called the People's Pile? I mean, I have a pretty good idea, but, you know, let's pursue.
Construction began during the Commune of Revachol. The people continued work on it after the Commune fell. They wanted a cheap source of energy for Revachol West.
Okay.
Needless to say, things didn't work out.
Why did it fail?
An emergency valve defect resulted in steam pressure blowing the turbine, taking the fuel containment vessel up in the explosion. Both the faulty design and lack of finances contributed to the catastrophe.
Tell me where this emergency relief brigade you're a part of.
We were an all-volunteer force, self-organized, tried to help the fire brigades contain the spill. I lived by the river since I was a small boy. The Esperance didn't have the art to let it all go to shit without trying to do something to help out.
There wasn't much the volunteer force could do, however. We wasted years in the river mud. Years getting sick.
He looks at the spiraling light and stops. Must have been tough radioactive cleanup.
There's a reason why everyone's tried to forget any of it ever happened, and why no one has tried to repair or replace the pile. So much disappointment, and early deaths. Cancer mostly. And we knew all that was coming even as we were cleaning up as best we could.
Whose fault was it? The generator failed?
No one's. Everyone's.
He sighs and shakes his head.
So much bitterness.
A bunch of poor people built themselves a primitive nuclear reactor, hoping for the best. What do you think is going to happen?
How'd you end up running a pawn shop?
The cleanup happened 15 years ago. I was young then. Later, my second aunt died. Left me this shack and all the assorted junk in it.
So I came to Martinez. People told me don't go there. It's a shithole.
I said, people, we just had a nuclear pile meltdown. I'm gonna get as far away from Forberg as I can. Still in the same city, but...
Thank you for telling me.
I like the theory more than the story. Outward movement, not vortices.
Yeah, you gotta get in on those vortices, my man.
Oh, I can't pursue anything else? Let's look around a bit.
A typical Martinez streetlight sits among assorted floor and table lamps.
Let your gaze run over the street.
The light pole has been carefully cut, and the wiring has been redone and attached to a standard indoor plug. The light buzzes faintly, but persistently.
Oh, the RPG that Claire was talking about a second ago is Shadows Over Loathing. Okay. I haven't played any of the Loathing games. I'm meaning to.
This would make quite a statement in your living room.
It would. I don't know if I have a living room. Is that a street light?
Yes, officer. As you see, it's in perfect working order.
His manner is casual, but his speech is careful, measured. He wants you to know that he has nothing to hide.
It was brought to me to be altered.
We are not here to investigate the theft of city property.
He leans into the pawnbroker, doesn't hear him.
You have to admit it's rather clever what he's done with it.
He pauses, studying the light. Tasks. I could talk to the one lady.
The boomboxes on the shelf look well-loved and well-traveled. Chipped, dented, they stare at you with the unblinking eyes of their tape reels.
It's on the tip of your toes to see
One
more.
especially catches your eye. Deep gold and amber plastic with a big old handle on top. A classic boombox that says, Stereo 8 approved. This is you. Golden orange. A sunset suite. Just make sure it works before you buy it.
So I'll keep this Stereo 8 approved machine
It's
here.
the Harman Welsh W2, made in Vespa,
Designed in Seoul. Plays all reel-to-reel formats. 2mm, 8mm, 12mm. It's even got a little radio in there. It'll set you back 12 real.
How could this device companion my police work?
If police work means playing tapes, sure. You can use it for that. Or any other time you'd need to play a tape.
Sure this is on working order?
Absolutely. I've tested each one myself with recordings of speech. Found sounds and music from a variety of genres. Even though I don't really like music.
That's odd. Why doesn't he like music?
Like music? Why do you like
The
that?
stuff I record myself. Silverware shaking in drawers as motor cars race by. Nocturnal animals climbing on the roof. Airship rotors. That kind of thing.
Okay.
Maybe you should ditch music as well. Get into these more experimental sounds he's describing.
Did that get quieter for a second there? We'll see. Leave. Maybe I should.
You see rows of toy soldiers guarding the rest of the trinkets displayed on the table. Some on horseback, others in rags, others yet in bright blue uniforms. All are stern and unyielding in their duty. Try to find something pretty and cool here. Then use it to win her back.
Wait, win her back?
Yes. Buy something nice. A figurine.
Spectre Knights on horseback.
Big men on big horses, clad in lamella armor and carrying flintlocks. The kind that would mow down a line of enemy soldiers in the blink of an eye.
Dragons, I think? Were they?
Franco-Nigerian knights. I used to be very serious about these guys.
Wait, how much of this is the real world? I thought it was just kind of like... like, I guess, second world real-fi? Where it's like you had all of the same kind of vague political ideas play out in things, but it's just a completely different world. I didn't realize that France and Nigeria exist.
A long, long time ago.
Expect the blue uniforms.
They're not all blue. These figurines also wear gold coats and caps, complemented by orange trousers. They are variously posed, wielding swords and rifles with bayonets.
This looks like the Navy. The guy was playing baton.
This is what the loyalists looked like, yes, at first. Then they wised up and got camouflage.
What exactly are these?
Which one? Ah, royalist soldiers from the time of the Revolution. The uniforms are painted a bit too brightly, I suppose.
It's like figurines and rags.
This set of soldiers isn't meant to look impressive. A few have rifles, but most of them carry pistols. Some even shovels and tall sticks.
Are these even soldiers?
You're probably talking about the revolutionaries, yes? Yes, they are soldiers. Revolutionary soldiers.
Okay.
I think their poverty has been exaggerated for effect. When you place them next to the royalists, it doesn't seem like they could possibly win.
I wish it was more nuanced as it stands. I can't comment.
I don't like either set very much, to be honest. But there are many parents among my customers.
To get a truly cool figurine.
Why? What's this? A headless man riding a horse. A headless man wearing futuristic tracksuit trousers that say foul.
What's this?
Oh, that's the Headless Phone Rider. The Headless Phone Rider. It's an urban legend. About a man who rides the streets of Revachol sporting a fawn tracksuit. As you see, he's missing his head.
He points to the decapitated figurine.
50 cents. Bargain price. I'll throw in the tiny cap too. I think he's looking for it, or something. That part of the story has many interpretations.
It's on the table. I could totally buy that. I just, I want to save up for the Pale Book.
It's raining again.
Anyone looks at the overlaid sky.
It was clear just an hour ago. Excuse me?
She's uncomfortable.
Oh, I don't know.
Pig.
No need to worry.
Okay.
Okay, I was wondering
Well,
if she
I
had
didn't.
something to say about... You can't ask for the gloves anymore. I can just get that panel, I just don't know what the hell I do.
There he still is, looking right through you.
I think that's the way in the back.
An old call box with a matrix of push buttons lists all the companies in the East Delta Commerce Center. This button looks new, but someone has removed the name card. Nothing happens when you try to ring it.
Okay.
Huh. This button looks new. It's probably not connected yet.
I'm not gonna try all these fucking ones, till I have some thing to suggest I should. You know what I could do? Nah, not yet. I could look through the case file, but I don't think I want to do that yet. Let's see, can I ask this guy like just to like let me into the fucking dock? Can you call off his like racist? Can you call off his like weird racist buddy?
Hola, wandering man. How can I help you? Sure thing, my friend. I can help you out.
Gotcha.
The coin lands into your hand as if it has always belonged there. The swallow returns.
Appreciate it.
Always glad to help out the RCM. Shame I can't do more. Things are meager at the moment due to...
He nods towards the protesters.
You know, the winter's fat is slowly
goodness.
running out and all.
It's
Still better than scabbing, though.
You and his problems getting by?
Nothing to worry about, really. The jam's a bit of a mess, cargo can't get in or out. The rationing is a bit stricter is all. Supplies should last the strike, though.
Philippine helps.
I'm always glad to help out when possible. Not like these slithering scabs.
I want to know what's behind these gates.
My friend, I respect the right to roam. The open range awaits.
He uses over the roundabout with a glint of longing. Does this mean you can let me through the gate?
I don't operate in that capacity. I'm not a granter of passage. The passage grants itself.
If it's so simple, why did the scab leader warn you of the guards blocking the way?
Simple, I just walk in.
Aye. Walk right past Measurehead and go in.
Measurehead, I think I met
Yeah,
him.
the 2.5 meter tall Semini supremacist up there. Walk right past him.
Why does the Union associate with that dude? That seems really like... I know that we should be talking about like an old brand of leftist, like, well, I see that. a lot of brands of leftism have like inherent racist tendencies embedded in them to varying degrees, even if many of the newer brands are better about that. But even still, this seems a little much compared to anything that I know they'd associate with.
Then press the button to unlock the door. Then go past him again. And you enter the arbor through the office. Está.
I'm saying it's actually quite
Don't
difficult.
worry, I'm sure it's not completely impossible. For example, you could best measure head in a physical confrontation.
I totally could fucking not.
Or you could convert to a Semini supremacist worldview. Or, maybe it actually is completely impossible.
Has any of the scabs tried converting to his worldview?
Jean-Luc himself would say the philosophy has proven overly heroic for the scabs to convert to. Not enough intuition.
Are you like completely down with people converting to his supremacist philosophy? I don't know if I'm super on board with you, if that's the case. If you think it's just kind of live and let live to have a weird fucking scientific racist heading up your security. I'm not gonna lie.
Not yet, no. He's incredibly strong. Sure.
Yes?
I just raised the sign very quickly, I think. Is that a bug? Back off, child.
There he still is, looking right.
Okay, endurance is the stat. Going to level it up.
There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes. The body below is entirely dedicated to that corpse smell. Emitting it is all it does now.
Endurance 3.
As you breathe in, the odor comes over you. It's a smell of the mind telling you to run, and your stomach to wring itself empty. With your hands at your sides and your eyes squinting, you stand in it. It's a puzzle. What's hanging in front of you is a puzzle of decaying flesh, tattoos, and tendons. The man before you is naked, but for a pair of underpants and enamel boots. His skin is greenish, marbled with decaying veins, and blotched by lividity. A fading web of tattoos covers his chest and shoulders. The cargo belt used to fasten him to the branch above appears industrial in strength.
Inspect the boots.
The material appears to be ceramic. Its clean white stands in stark contrast to the decaying flesh above the knee. The man wore thick polymer socks, probably for padding. A fine array of interlocking plates covers them. Delicate and fragile, they feel alien to the world around you, out of place somehow. These are clearly not boots. They're armor, possibly part of a larger set.
They're just boots, are they? This is the armor he was stripped of.
Indeed. Technically speaking, these are sabatons, not boots.
What kind of armor is this?
Ceramic plate. Zirconium dioxide, most likely. This is where the make would be.
Where?
Under the heel. Fair weather. Fair weather model T500 VE. I'm guessing that's vitreous enamel. This is advanced stuff.
Was the rest of it scoured with locals?
Piece by piece. He's been out here for 7 days. It would be odd if they didn't. We should keep a lookout for these species. The armor could yield information. This is one thing he might actually know.
He's just wearing these boots and there's no rest of the armor?
No, I think he had something precious underneath the clothes. They had to remove the jeans and shirt we found to get to it. And this kind of armor is often worn under fabrics.
Nice. That makes sense.
What if they told the strip before they hung him to demean him?
They usually hang them completely naked for that. La puta madre, the Mazda, the besmirties and the like. This one still has his underpants.
Okay, so that's not a completely absurd thought, though. Noted.
Fucking talking about underpants.
Clearly, Kuno would like to interject something here, but there's not enough for him to hold on to.
Material looks out of place here.
It's expensive.
The lieutenant draws a line in the condensation on the ceramic with his index finger.
We've requested similar material for our tactical units for years now. The constabularies deemed it too costly. In that time, we've lost 6 men to semi-automatics.
How much are we talking about?
For a full set, about 4 years of wages.
For the northwest region of Revachol, an officer's average yearly income is 5,500 real, unadjusted for rank.
Wait, my yearly pay is 5,500?
Not too much, yes.
It's enough.
The lieutenant nods, wiping his finger on his sleeve.
How could this man afford such expensive hardware?
That's for us to find out. My initial report on the area suggests he was a security guard for the harbor company. But that's just hearsay.
Initial report?
Just something I scraped together from my station. An area report on Martinez. I'm sure you did the same.
He's not actually sure of that. He's just being tactful.
It's pretty
I
advanced for a
agree.
security guard.
This equipment is way beyond what a guard can afford.
Knock on the
A small bell-like sound fills the air, like tapping on the side of a porcelain cup.
Sounds pretty fragile for what it's supposed to be.
It's anything but. This material is a kinetic redistributor. It spreads kinetic energy horizontally, from plate to plate, dissipating it entirely. See?
Faint, organic lines cover the plates where they separate into smaller ones. These plates then divide into smaller plates until there are hundreds of them altogether. Like whirls of floorboards, the design looks organic, influenced by highly resistant wood materials, like lignum vitae and ebony perhaps.
This remind me of.
If trees were made of porcelain, this is what their cross-sections would look like.
Run your finger over the lines.
The smooth, glossy surface fractures into ever more intricate interconnections, peaking on the right sabaton, where you notice. The whirls are in the shape of a letter and number combination, E50, 100, 1000.
Looks like there's a number on the right sabaton.
Can you read it to me?
He tips the drawing ball point of his pen on his tongue. E50, 100, 1000.
We have a make and a number. That's something. We can use the radio in my kinema when we're done. Either station can chase it for us.
Pull the boot off.
This feels dangerous. Are you sure?
Let's not.
The sabatons dangle off the man's decaying form, ageless and synthetic.
Back off.
The cadaver slowly twists on the cargo belt, his torso covered in tattoos, and extremities blotched pink and blue. The hangman's knot is pulled tight by the weight of the corpse below. Yellow, hard-edged polyester cuts into his neck. Above, a sliding buckle ties the belt to the branch.
Feels good to, kind of be getting somewhere.
This is a steel-reinforced cargo lashing belt, big brother of the regular cargo belt. It's used for tying cargo under 6-rotor airships.
Don't ask me how I know, but this is a lashing belt used for airlifting cargo.
Airlifting? I thought it was used on lorries for strapping cargo to them.
Apparently this is the reinforced kind for air transport. My brain tells me so.
The local harbor uses 6 rotors to shuffle containers around. I get the sense they use whatever was on hand, without paying much attention to not incriminating themselves.
Sure want him to stay up there. The rope is reinforced with steel wiring.
I was afraid it would be. Thin steel wiring, parallel strands. This makes getting him down more problematic than I had assumed.
How do we get him up there?
A noose is one of those things that's easier to use one way around.
He points to the buckle, tying the belt to the branch above. Did they climb up using the kid's ladder? Point to the one at the side of the train.
That ladder can't carry a grown man. I didn't see any splintering either, did you? I think they lassoed the branch, then pulled on the belt to close the buckle.
Could be. The shape of the branch supports the theory.
Assuming dockworkers from the harbor did it?
I'm still approaching this as a lynching, yes. Motivated by the ongoing strike. You?
I feel like it was something else.
Yes, it often is. This bell worries me.
I go off and look at the corpse.
The cadaver hangs from the cargo belt, limbs limp and torso covered in tattoos.
Inspect the tattoos.
An intricate web of blue lines stretches across the torso, from the right shoulder to the solar plexus. Each time they intersect, a small white star is formed in their crossing. Hundreds of fading asterisks riddle his skin. Their concentration is highest around his heart.
Apologies for the sniffling. I'll just admit I'm going to try and do something about that in the future.
His corpse is marked by stars.
What will mine be marked by?
Alcohol and heartbreak.
It's a map of the night sky?
A map of the stars. I do see some similarity to astronomical charts. Great Century Messinian, maybe. But this seems more particular. Customized somehow.
As if someone left out most of the night sky, filtering it through personal choice. The principle of this filter remains unknown to you. The thought dissipates, and you feel as though you were only half right.
I'm missing something here.
So am I.
A sudden ring fills the air and the lieutenant pulls down the zipper of his orange jacket.
He takes a thin piece of milled aluminium from his coat pocket and pulls it open. Sounds like a sword being unsheathed. A small lens appears. Some sort of camera.
What's that?
A Trigger Sunshine. Mini.
Triggered is the world's leading manufacturer of intercommunication devices, primarily projectors. The camera before you looks familiar somehow.
Shit, Kuno! What the fuck is that?
An instant color camera.
Produces two metal capped ampoules and clicks them into place inside the apparatus. A thin slot shines there.
I have only 2 ampoules, so nobody move. I don't want to waste one.
He points the camera at the corpse peering into it. The lens needs adjusting. Then
A sound, a shrill flash, followed by the breaking of a small ampoule of glass. You see streams of color pour onto the thick, glossy piece of paper, rolling out.
very interesting kind of way for a color camera to be done. One moment. Okay.
In case we need it.
Lieutenant says and shakes his paper, letting it dry in the cold wind. On it, a color-perfect copy of the dead man's tattooed chest. Holy shame.
Yes. It is pretty cool, isn't it?
What do we need this photo for?
It contains insight to the victim's person. By his build, I'd say this was a man of physical violence. The story he wanted his body to tell was important to him. It is his letter. To us. Someone should decipher it. We'll need to show it around.
I have it? Let's look at it later without the corpse.
Sure. Just don't lose it.
He hands the piece of rolled up photo paper. It's no larger than a pack of cigarettes.
The glassy-eyed corpse looks by,
Maybe I shouldn't
his
have.
mouth mute and his skin as colorful as the chemical rainbow on the photo paper, teeming with opportunistic organisms.
You've acquired an interactable item. Investigate this item further by going to the Interact tab in your inventory.
Me too. Look him in the eye.
His eyes are milky white and blind to the world, protruding comically from their sockets. There is no one home, just subaquatic terrors there. Dark brown hair grows on his head. His face is ready to explode from the organic processes inside. The death's head grin has passed. What remains is an unrecognizable mess.
Tell me, who are you, dead man?
I'm gone.
Oh. Where have you gone?
Into the wild pale yonder.
I'm buying the fucking book. Where is that?
In the past. Way out in the west.
I can see you're gone, but
I'm
who
a
are you?
joke. Look at me.
You are now, but who were you when you were alive?
A killer. A motherfucker. And a killer.
Another question for you.
Go ahead, Cobbo.
What's happening?
What do you mean?
I'm talking to you.
It's the power of your
Black frothy liquid starts bubbling on his lips.
imagination.
I am not even gonna make the joke, frankly.
Go ahead. Ask me more questions. You fucking love questions.
Why do I love questions so much, Mr. Corpse?
Because you're a copperoony. Look at all of them go. Do you want more questions?
Yeah, give me questions.
Here you go, you loony.
Why do I feel like I've forgotten something terrible?
Because you have. Because coming right up, copperoony Rooney. This is getting upbeat now.
Is my name Rooney?
Fuck no. You're no Rooney.
Rooney is obviously not who I am.
Between you and me, your name is probably Harry.
I do not. It is
Good
not
for
Harry.
you.
I refuse to be Harry. Who killed you?
Love did me in, Brother Copo. It was love all along.
Ain't that the way of it? Anyway, can you ask me a question?
Sure, Lobo. I can ask you a question. Why are you doing this? Looking at my face, motionless, looking into my eyes, standing here. Why are you investigating my murder?
I think this will lead to something indescribable, unforeseen, miraculous. The clown lips on the corpse appear to smile. The face rotates before you slowly.
Something is on its way. Something hidden. It's coming. A miracle from the northwest, and it's almost here. You can feel it in the air, on your hands.
I'm really glad
The
I passed
cold
this fucking
spray
check. Oh my
smoothing
god.
them over.
I can't imagine not getting this. Enough.
Come back later, Corpo. Amuse yourself with my frank manners and my memento mori features. If possible, also, see me in your dreams.
Noted. I'm going to take a step back.
As you narrow your eyes, the monster before you blurs into a violent mess of green and pink. This is a trick. You've done it before. Pink is where the blood settled in the first hours post-mortem. You can use it to see if the corpse has been tampered with. Does his position at the time of death match the discoloration?
Sorry.
Only the lower extremities are pink with a dash of blue. His fatted hands, thighs, and his neck, just above the noose. The rest of the corpse appears dark green in the cold spring air.
Would help to know how long this kid's been throwing rocks at him. His face and hands are pink, thighs too.
I see it. His neck too. The lividity goes right up his chin. We have good, well-pronounced discoloration here.
The monster comes back into focus, an explosion of color, coursing with dark marbled veins. His stomach appears pregnant with something. Black liquid streams down his thigh and onto his boot.
So, what do you think? Agreed, especially on the neck. The belt acted like a tourniquet, keeping the blood in his head. The hypostasis supports a hanging.
It could still be he was moved after death.
There's always a chance. We should check for ligament marks on his neck to see if they're in tune with the belt. We'll have to get him down first.
It's coming out.
A pool of blood and feces has eaten into the frozen mud below the man's feet. Purge liquid is dripping into it, drop by drop.
The victim appears to have contained no more than half a kilogram of digestion at the time of death.
The fuck are you saying?
Talking about shit.
Got lucky.
Did we? I don't feel lucky.
But there is no breath to catch. Only the cadaver filling the air and your nostrils. He slowly rotates before you, decomposing.
Are you sure we finished the preliminary examination of the cadaver? We might miss some of these things once he's done.
Stops to think and checks his notes.
The cadaver slowly...
Of course. Come back later, Corpo. Amuse yourself with my frank manners and my memento mori features. If possible, also, see me in your dreams.
Yep, that's all. Prelims done.
The steel-reinforced belt presents a unique challenge. I brought chain cutters, but I don't see a good angle of approach to the belt.
He doesn't actually think the challenge is unique. He thinks it's frustrating, annoying, and harder than he thought.
The cadaver is a good 1.2 meters up. Neither one of us can reach the belt without assistance. And even if we do, there's the question of cutting the airship strength material. I was really hoping we wouldn't. The Union appeared to be suspect in this case. It seems like a dangerous route to go down.
But what other options? The corpse twists on the belt, like chicken on a skewer.
Someone else?
Someone else? You mean like the police?
You have a point.
Sadly, yes. The whole RCM is out there right now, doing the exact same thing we are. Are we in a rush to help them? Not with this on our hands.
Covers his nose.
I know it's hard, but I assure you, the others won't come to help us. And we have a growing sanitary concern here. We need to get him down, fast.
Yeah! Bang bang time, pig! Shoot his head off!
How?
Where the buckle ties the rope to the branch. That's a good spot to aim.
There, the buckle holds the belt
Where?
together.
Ah, yes, I see. If the shot hits that, there might be a chance to release the belt.
Yeah, now we're talking. Entertain a Kuno with some shit.
They'll miss! The pigs will miss Kuno!
I think I'll leave this one to him.
Silence. With his elbow sharp, the lieutenant unzips his jacket. and produces a lightweight firearm. He drops a paper cartridge in the barrel, separates the scouring stick, and gives the cartridge 5 tucks. That's a Kiel A9090 Armistice, mass-produced muzzle-loader, ascetic, frugal, one of the most common firearms in the world. He then steps back and assumes the fellow's desk position, taking aim. The corner of his eye twitches. His finger is on the trigger.
He's gonna fucking me!
The kid's voice is drowned in a shrill blast that echoes off the walls of the surrounding tenements. A cloud of smoke slowly parts in the air as the lieutenant steps back and says to himself,
God damn it.
He feels bad about his eyes mostly, just having bad eyesight, probably from a young age. Whatever you do, do not console him.
Fucking idiot! Mookaba asshole!
Kuno could have hit it easy, but then Kuno's not fucking handicapped, is he?
Try again,
No,
maybe?
we are lucky as it is. We didn't break anything, and the victim remains uncompromised.
Surround the windows are looking
Any
good.
more mistakes could put us in an unfortunate position with the locals. We have eyes on us. I didn't do us any favors with that.
What now?
I have to say, it's beginning to look unlikely we can get him down without assistance.
So if that's from the harbor.
Okay, they do have the tools and the men. And since it looks like they put him there...
Get him down to
Okay, let's do it in the lousy, dangerous way.
How do we get inside
From the
harbor?
gates, by negotiating or fighting. I'm unenthusiastic about fighting. Or we can try to find some secret third
I
path.
probably could have
It's
assumed that
unlikely
would go well.
To the gates, let's negotiate.
Get to it then. Before any of that, I'm gonna have to take a longer break. Okay, I think we are back and feeling alright. Let's go. I think what we wanted to do now was,
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge.
probably check the,
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Just a moment, officer.
10-4, come in, officer. Over. Roger that. 10-10, over and out.
okay, I can't put it to mine. I wanted to put it through mine so I could, convince them I'm getting shit done. But it doesn't seem like that is, happening.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Would you run a serial number from a pair of armored boots for me?
Sure, officer. What's the number? And the make of the armor, if you know it.
E50 100,000, make and model of the armor is Fairweather T500 VE. Okay.
Got it. I'll contact the ICP database immediately. Call back tomorrow. Hopefully they'll have dug up something useful by then.
The International Collaboration Police, ICP, is an inter-Isolari law enforcement service, the crown jewel in the moral intern diadem, alongside EPIS and the coalition government.
Just a moment.
10-4, come in, officer. Over.
Wait, before you say anything, you're going to...
10-4, sir. That's a negative, sir. I got 10-12. Visitors present here. Over. Understood, sir. Over.
Okay.
Roger that. 10.
Ask around about the tattoo's possible meaning. Run the number. Oh, I need to talk to fucking Kuno. Fine. I don't imagine this is gonna go well.
Fuck does Kuno care?
The crime scene. You can often play
Right,
in the
Pig.
yard.
This is where Kuno plays with his little wooden choo-choo. Fuck do you want with it?
Ladder, ever climb it?
Look at that fucking shit! You're trying to get Kuno killed!
Say the ladder is unclimbable. I'm inclined to agree on that.
Fuck does Kuno know? Kuno's not a fucking acrobat.
The lieutenant takes a quick note in his notebook.
It's a trap, Kuno! Don't climb it, Kuno!
Dead man's clothes from the trash container. How'd they get
Yeah,
there?
Kuno doesn't know shit about that. That shit is beneath Kuno.
Give you a lead. You have to tamper with the murder scene.
Listen! Kuno doesn't care about this small-time shit. Just listen. Kuno saw what you did there, dumpster diving. Sad shit. Kuno could hook you up with some sweet rags. Shit like Kuno's wearing. Your size, good price. 500 real.
I asked what happened with his clothes. We've seen them lying around.
Kuno ain't seen shit lying around. Except for that up there. Now, you want performance gear or not, Grandpa?
The lieutenant remains silent, but his expression couldn't say, "I told you so," any louder.
Okay, now. Let's
Pig, these are found modulars. Liquid fit, performance crotch, urban survival shit. Made in Mirova by scientists. Pants scientists. believe it. You need this shit.
He unzips his jacket to give you a quick peek at the plastic wrap pants. They are graphite black and look brand new.
These could drastically improve your chances of survival in the urban wilderness. Coach Physical Instrument endorses these pants. They are tartan ready. They will also make you into an idiot.
Yeah, I am. Conceptualization is my main boy, so no.
Whatever. Kuno was trying to help you, but you're too fat for fouling anyway, pig.
What about the
Don't
trash?
be wondering about Kuno's shit, pig.
Brisman has snatched something.
Yes, yes, absolutely, absolutely. Why the fuck are you telling this shit to Kuno?
It's in the greenhouse.
Don't know. Kipta's gardener used to work there.
Kipt is a pejorative term used to describe people of South Seminese or Areopagite descent. It used to be a common first name among the Areopagites of Ilmara. Not so much anymore.
The gardener used to work there?
Yeah, that's what Kuno said. She couldn't handle the heat, so she took off. Kuno can take it. Shit's nothing to Kuno.
The young woman by the whirling ranks, that gardener?
Look, Kuno doesn't explain shit. Kuno just says shit.
He looks you in the eye and nods, agreeing with himself.
Yeah, her. What was she doing in the greenhouse in March anyway? What kind of gardening is done in March?
I should ask her about that, probably.
Yes, it seems
I think-
suspicious. You don't like things being like that. Suspicious.
Let's talk about something else.
Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give a shit.
You know about the body.
Shitload, pig. What's your question?
Don't tell the pig shit, Kuno. Pig's choking. He's totally choking.
What do we want to know?
If I were to want to waste my time, which I do not, I would ask them who he is, how he got there, and the usual.
The usual being, have you seen anything out of the ordinary? Or have you seen anything suspicious?
Where's the rest of his armor?
Kuno doesn't give a shit about the armor.
How come?
Kuno's fuckgimp's got one big thing wrong with him. He's a fucking mutant.
Mutant?
Look at him. Fucking growth hormone shit. He's a giant. The armor's too big for any man. Kuno doesn't give a shit about that freak armor. Kuno threw that shit away.
What do you mean you threw it
Kuno
away?
tried to get the helmet on. It was too big.
Performs a kick off the imaginary helmet.
Kuno kicked that shit in the sea, rugby style. That shit means nothing to Kuno.
Do it in the sea.
That shit means nothing to Kuno. Kuno doesn't give a shit about material shit. Kuno's a fucking monk. You wanna fuck on someone about that armor? Go fuck the mustached union fuck. The jolly troubadour shit at the gates.
Who do you mean troubadour?
Yeah, cock and boot. You know that jolly union cow fucker? Came around talking about cows or some shit? Came around pretending like he cares about cows?
Yes, you met him at the gates. The one with the boots and the jolly smile.
You mean Manana?
Yeah, he's the one you want to talk to. He's fucking crazy about that armor shit. Coming here pretending like he likes cows. Trying to catch a peep at Kuno's armor.
Curious, my liege. Why did Kuno feed you this information?
Just tell me this out of the kindness of your heart, huh?
Yeah, Kuno's doing charity today. Kuno Day. Kuno feels sorry for you two loser pigs. Kuno's doing pity now.
Still, seems suspicious. He may have it in for that guy. Or you may be paranoid. That is also a possibility, sire.
Who was?
Kuno's fuckgimp. Kuno uses the fuckgimp for target practice.
He's trying to hide the fact that he doesn't know.
So you don't know anything.
Kuno knows all kinds of shit. Kuno's not a snitch, that's all. Trying to make the Kuno sing into the popo phone.
Know how we got up there?
Probably climbed. Kuno was busy down the road when that shit went down.
You didn't see it happening.
You heard Kuno. Kuno wasn't even in Martinez. Kuno wasn't in Revachol. Kuno wasn't regional.
Okay. Where did you go then?
I don't know. Some fucking Mesk or I don't know. Some other place. Night City. Kuno was in fucking Night City.
There is no Night City anywhere. That sounds like the name of a city in some pulp science fiction novel.
Cyberpunk reference, presumably. This is a fictional city name. Night City doesn't exist. Not as far as I'm aware, anyway. So...
Why you gotta be riding Kuno's ass? You haven't been where Kuno's been. You haven't been in Kuno's head. You wanna know where Kuno was? You wanna know what Kuno's been fucking up to?
Don't tell him that, Kuno. It's lame.
It's not fucking lame. Kuno's building Kuno's city. Night City. Rage City. The City of Rage. That's it. And it's not lame.
Lame.
That's the name of Kuno's city, bitch. Get the fuck off Kuno's back. This shit ain't about that.
It's impossible to deduce what it is about, at least for the moment. If it's important, it'll come up later. Focus on the case.
Is anyone suspicious
Just
around?
a couple of pigs sniffing around in the dirt. That seems pretty fucking suspicious to Kuno.
Yeah, you tell the faggoty, Kuno.
Looks like you're a fagari now, whatever that means. The suspicious question doesn't really work in antagonistic situations.
No, but it was worth a shot. Let's...
You're testing Kuno's patience here.
Get lost.
Kuno doesn't fucking care. Fuck does Kuno care? Kuno
Ask the gardener about gardening in March. And I don't have anything else there, so...
Hello again, officer. How are things?
Tell me, what exactly have you been doing in your greenhouse in
Well,
March?
This might be the last snow we get. At least I hope so. Snow has nutrients in it. Helps everything green up in the spring. At least that's what my grandma always told me.
She smiles shyly.
Yes, think about the cute grandma, not the weird snow.
Swing your eyes and look at her intently.
Stop looking at her. Look around. What do you see? That's right. And the canal, the bookstore, the harbor gates. This is a great vantage point for keeping an eye on you.
Noted, but I'll keep it to myself.
Glad to have been of service. Now you know the locals are keeping tabs on you.
It does seem good to know. Doesn't it? I don't really know what I want points in. It's not going to let me further interrogate that, which I think might have been a mistake. Either way.
An inconspicuous pile of the roofing material, Eternite.
Leave. Okay.
Looking for something, odd? Come to tell me to fuck off again?
Whoops. Whatever, it's probably better than fall.
Hello again, my man. What's on your mind?
It's off for now. Bye. Wait a second. Given I've got 2 outstanding empathy checks, that's my first impulse here, is to put another point into empathy. After that, I may want to fuck it. After that, I'm gonna put a point in conceptualization or something. Just check the price on this thing again. Oh, what was that? Everyone knows the most interesting thing about fascists was their magic. Quite.
This bookstore is not strictly about crime, romance, and biographies of famous people. There's also a wide range of paranatural literature.
Yeah, I went to buy medicinal tips
Indeed.
of the tale.
Something about that book does seem to have spoken to you. Well, I hope it contains what you're looking for.
Something else to do, I suppose. I actually may want to put points into Inland Empire, considering the kind of character I'm making. Considering what happened with that corpse. Feels kind of right. Oh, I was gonna talk to him once his fucking face.
Hola, wandering man. How can I help you?
Kuno told me you were supposed to know about the armor.
The little boy had it good on his promise.
His promise?
To get me into trouble. To sick the pigs on me. Pardon the choice of words. Not mine.
What happened?
I was asked to look into that armor situation. Official Union probe, you know. Track it down, see who took it.
Did you?
At first I thought, why not? Maybe the pieces can feed the strike. Buy us a few more days under the sun, you know? So I went to this boy. He said he'll make me his prison bitch. He's got eyes everywhere, the cop's in his pocket, and he's the king of Jamrock. Serves me right for doing menial footwork. I dropped that probe right then and there, and it still got me into trouble. One bad move is all it takes.
The probe with the armor, what did you learn?
I learned that people don't want to talk to a drunk Union man about some armor.
What else?
Not much. Technical stuff mostly. That was the interesting part.
Sort of technical
I did
stuff.
some research into this armadura. Let's say I have friends at the library. I didn't get into the material science, just how it comes off.
How does it come off?
Okay.
In parts. 4 in total. The helmet was the first to go. The kid says he tore it off and kicked it into the sea. I believe him. The boots were still on the guy last I saw. Too hard to remove. So, as I count, there are 2 parts missing. The gauntlets and the cuirass. This is where I left off. Too much hassle. More like a job for some militia.
Hold up, 4 pieces. How many Korean gauntlets between the leggings?
Oh, they're just gone. They don't exist anymore, if they ever did at all. Forget about them. I did.
I'm gonna find 1 piece of
Nice
that
and
one's
balanced. Some junior officers can take care of the rest.
Smart choice. It's only that one spot you need armored too. The one the bullet hits. Good luck if you go for those boots though. You'd have an easier time wresting the spurs off a boyadero than getting them off you.
So Kuno uses to what?
It's a minor
scare you?
nuisance. It's all good.
He contemplates taking a swig from his flask.
He thinks, not yet. Better to get this business out of the way. Sweeter then.
Thank you for the
No
cooperation,
problem.
sir.
If you see that kid, thank him from Call Me Mañana. Thank him for showing me the way.
He is sincerely grateful he is not tracking down pieces of armor right now.
Gotta run. What's the rest of the armor? Find 1 armor piece. Get the hangman's boots. Probably not getting the boots. Okay, the initial inspection is done, apparently. I don't see myself getting the building, so I want to, while there's time, go inside and review info with Kim. Changed. Can I talk to this guy?
Yes? What do you want to know?
Over the preliminary.
You mean like a brief? Do you want me to brief you again? There's no reason. 3 days ago, during that time, the victim had a security guard. They didn't identify. There's a strong prejudice against involving the RCM in what's seen as union matters. That's right. Good.
This is all the stuff I've got there. I want to talk about
Me?
you. Yes, you.
I don't see how my life is pertinent to the investigation.
It would work better if you have more rapport.
That's a fair point. All right, for the good of the investigation, what do you want to know?
You're wearing glasses.
That's correct.
You feel a slight urge to put the lieutenant down for this, but you can't quite muster enough testosterone.
Thank fucking God. Was I just going to be like a massive fucking dick to him? No, I don't. Glasses
Are
are cool, I
they?
guess.
They are mostly just cumbersome.
You could use a good, normal ear yourself.
You ever talk with
What
yourself?
do you mean?
You're thinking. Do you ever have conversations with like your brain?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
The lieutenant's conceptualization skills must be rather rudimentary. The lieutenant is a police officer of the old school. His concerns are material and extrinsic. But this isn't an old school case.
I get it. You're one of those old school detectives. Not respectfully.
So what? That makes you the new school? God spare us. For real detective work, nothing beats a good notebook by your side.
The lieutenant produces his small blue notebook and idly thumbs through a few pages. That's where his conversations with himself take place. We all have our different mediums. His is written. You're super lucid, yet psychedelic. You don't need office supplies to connect to your nervous system. You're special.
Good. Let's change the subject. What do you want to know?
Now that we've inspected the scene, I want to know more about this pissing competition you mentioned.
What's there to say? It's just stupidity.
Kind of stupidity.
The cop kind. Our precincts can't decide if Martinez is part of Jamrock or the Industrial Harbor. yours or mine, as if we somehow own parts of the city. Typical street gang mentality. So we've let the Union make a mockery of law enforcement here, and now it's come to its natural conclusion.
Oh, so this is a struggle over who runs Martinez.
Well, sort of. It's less a matter of who gets to police Martinez than who has to. It's an orphan district, in other words. I think the dispatch desk just told both our stations about the hanging. There was quite the brouhaha at the 57th, I can tell you that. Time to settle it, they said. Cop off. But I assure you, I am not their finest or toughest, with 102 cases solved. What I am is least interested in a pissing competition.
So, he volunteered to represent the 57th, but not out of competitiveness. On the contrary.
So you volunteered to
Yes.
spoil it.
I am an unrepentant spoil sport.
Wonder what this is about me that I was sent by my station. Here's an eyebrow. I think it's best to let you make the next
It's
move.
all part of the master plan, you see.
I am highly experimental cop, but if I am right, this is ultra. I am completely fucking winging that one, even by my standards. Why is my volume lower? Okay, that should help a bit. I'm being very particular.
Really?
I arrive at the scene 3 days early, drink myself to oblivion, fully re-immerse myself in this reality, then work the case from an Eggleston Crescent Fret. It produces never-before-seen results only for criminology but for the human mind.
It can't be that.
Part of him just sort of wants to believe what you're saying. It isn't, but I will prove it so.
I hope you do.
And he will help.
What's special about Martinez?
Martinez? Nothing. It's just a puddle at the end of some drain pipe. No one cares about this place. They care about sports. Most of our colleagues don't even know how to get here. North of the interchange doesn't exist.
Can't have the competition then. Tell me
Yes,
about
it's a wholly pointless matter. Forget I ever mentioned it.
Nothing. I wanted to.
It's the letter you found in the trash. A cabbage of papers hanging from the board, with the permeables drawer inside. It's barely held together by a clip, then made complete by the faint smell of urinal cleaner.
Can I read these case files now?
Yes, you can piece them together using the alphanumeric code on the margin. It always begins with HDB 41. Then, date of initialization and time of arrival on the scene, followed by the title. For example, HDB 41120111700, the next world mural.
Wait. HBDB 41, weren't those officer precincts?
Why, yes, your precinct number is 41.
And HDB?
Every last alphanumeric in the files begins with it. And these are your case files. It's safe to say HDB are your initials.
Horace Debbie
That
Bellinger?
is improbable.
What does it take to read
It
a
takes
case?
about half an hour to piece one together, using the system you've devised. Where do you want to start?
That is a time sink. So I
Not
will
much has changed in the meanwhile. A bunch of... An intricate web of blue lines stretches across the torso of the hanged man, from the right shoulder to the solar plexus. Each time the lines intersect, a small white... It still kind of looks like a map of the stars in the night sky, but something's not right.
What's the meaning of this
For
tattoo?
you to discover. You've gotten as far as you will without assistance. Someone who knows about history could tell you.
The kid, I think.
Gone.
And I kind of want to wait with the whole thing of the pail. That's gonna be a minute, I feel. Book appears to be erotica, but without actual erotica. Yeah.
Hi, Ace Detective. Are you here for more books?
Hello again, esteemed officer, and welcome to Crime Red.
Oh, pawn shop guy probably might just know. Damage looks like it could have been caused by an earthquake. Noted. Not you, sir.
Hello again, my man. What's on your mind?
It's all for now, bye. Okay, I still am not likely to manage that check.
Hello, hello. Let me know if I can help you with anything. I doubt it, but I can try and answer any questions you may have.
You can help me get a corpse out of a tree.
The corpse behind the hostel, I assume. I don't have a truck with a mounted platform or anything of that sort myself. Ask around the harbour. There might be some workers there who'd be willing to help.
The pawnbroker's gaze is already fixed on the dancing colors.
Care of. I guess that's the end of that for now. I thought this might be someone who knows about history I'm looking for.
You see two lowly, defeated speakers, thralls, slaves basically, perched atop them like conquerors surveying the land. A pair of found, durable wear sneakers, ultra serious.
I can see you've a taste for luxury, officer. Can't keep your eyes off those sneakers?
A pair of found ultras. The design is impossibly sleek and simple. A futuristic silhouette with a sleek monochrome colorway, a jet black upper, and a silver-lined midsole.
Those sneakers, mister. Those sneakers are the latest found sneakers. Super rare, super fine, super cool. Only 50 real.
Only? That's madness. Found Ultra. We're the future. You remember the slogan from some magazine. These once respectable speakers have been conquered, reduced to a mere prop by the indomitable Found Ultras atop them.
No, don't look at the speakers, officer. Look at the sneakers. The sneakers are the stars here.
What about the speakers, though? Does anyone want those?
These, officer? These speakers are Samaran garbage. I'm ashamed to even use them for props. Don't waste your time on them.
Samaran trash. That sounds like they're from the Samaran People's Republic. produced under the dictatorship of the proletariat.
I just buy the sand.
No way, officer! These aren't for sale. They're bad speakers. Low-fi socialist junk. Well, if you want them... But see, they are the pedestal for my sneakers. If I let go of the speakers, where will the sneakers go? I can't leave premium lifestyle sneakers on the ground. If, on the other hand, you wanted to buy the sneakers too, I could maybe throw in the speakers for little extra. 50 cents?
Damn, so you have to buy the sneakers first. You see a Samaran street vendor surrounded by a motley assemblage of goods. When he realizes you're looking at him, his face breaks into a wide, welcoming grin. The name Sileng is embroidered over his breast pocket.
Happy shopping, officer! Everything's cool here.
Gives you a thumbs up.
Everything's cool. The goods are cool, the customers are cool, the place is cool. And one more thing, officer, you're very cool. Bang, 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 bang!
Do you think I'm cool?
Oh, yes! You got style. You got personal style. You know what you like.
He surveys his consumer's kingdom with an air of satisfaction. Just so.
You like premium menswear. Look around and browse. Everything looks cool on a guy like you. Take your time.
You see this back into the pile of boxes he's sitting on.
Don't be distracted by the flattery and funny man act. Questions.
The kind of stuff he's
Only
selling
the
here.
coolest goods in Revachol. I've got sneakers, speakers, extremely comfy pants too.
Oh, now
Try
you're
them
plugging.
on right
Now
here.
you're plugging the
No
speakers.
shame, only freedom.
Get those comfy
I'm an
pants.
entrepreneur, officer. I've got sources, buyers, suppliers, distributors, manufacturers, wholesalers, all extremely cool and above board.
You have a permit to sell all that?
Good joke, officer. Here we don't have permits, just economic freedom. Take a look around.
You glance around the decrepit buildings, the miserable weather, the sidewalks strewn with sunflower seeds and the dust-choked air.
It's beautiful. Beautiful freedom.
It is, yes. Anyone can set up their shop whenever they feel like it.
That's right. No permits, no bureaucracy. That's why this city and its law officials are so cool.
Okay, no permit. but
Hyper
cool.
cool.
A discount for cool
No
officers
need
like
for
me?
discounts at ceilings, officer. Everything's already on sale. Anything you want, 50% off.
But did he first mark them up 100%, just so that he could put them on sale?
Alien sandwich just jack
My
the price
man,
first.
you know how the game is played. You and me, we should work together. What do you think? Shake things up?
He winks.
Anything for you.
Are you from Silling?
Me? It's a boring story, officer. Who cares about the past? I'm all business now. All Revachol.
This man probably comes from Seaguy, sometimes known as the Apricot Suzerainty, an archipelago in the Samaran Isola.
From the Apricot Suzerainty, right?
Apricot Suzerainty calls to mind an era when the Seaguy archipelago was colonized by Revachol. It's a bit of a slur, in other words.
Sorry, I didn't mean to say that. I'm saying you're from Seaguy.
Very cool. I admire your awareness of our intertwined histories. It's super nice of you to apologize for colonialism. But the Apricot Suzerainty is a shithole. That's why I left.
You're welcome. I do try to be supportive of the peoples and cultures.
That's so cool, officer. Speaking of, why not support an independent local entrepreneur by buying some pens and glasses?
You really just told me that's crazy, man.
Start with a little compliment, then work your way up from there. This is about business, remember.
Hey, you seem like a really successful entrepreneur. Would you like to support a member of the local police force?
Oh, okay. But why, officer?
Make it an investment.
An investment? What kind of investment?
Investment in me, a highly experimental human being. My risk-reward ratio
I
is
guess it
insane.
can't be any riskier than speculating in exotic derivatives. How much are we talking about here?
5.
What? Only a $5? You can't even buy a pack of Royal Extras with that. Let's make this one stick, my man.
God, a pack of Royals would taste so good right now. Get you some of those tar sticks, baby.
10 real is a bargain for that kind of investment. You got it, my man.
At least 10 from leather patch. I'll look around, thanks. I wonder if this guy will let me give him a 10.
Can I help you? Yes. Have you got a lot? A lot? Yes. Another thing? Yes.
I don't know when next I'll have the chance, so... I don't know why I'm hard saving immediately after an auto.
The fan stands. The lights are on. The window stands broken in its frame. Cold wind blows in.
Okay.
The morning light hurts your eyes. It's
It is
hazy,
certainly not morning,
but you
but
see
thank
the
you.
ocean and some war-torn buildings.
Right to work! Right to work!
Hola, wandering man. How can murder, huh? That sounds like a lot of hard work. You'd never see me investigating a murder. Of course.
He didn't do it.
Last we saw, your race was being superseded by the Seminese. Enough with this begging. You should leave the stage of history with dignity by inviting the other races to a great world war. Bring your troops to the Seminine Islands and to Boogie Street, and we will pulverize you. When you are gone, we will build a museum for you. The walls will be lined with bottles of Al Ghul, your beloved beverage. Inside, we will store the odes to homosexuality you call art, and your microcephalic skulls.
There may be a peaceful solution to this. You could internalize Meshahed's race theory. He would take you as one of his own. Well, not as such. What you do with the mastery of advanced race theory is up to you. You could reject the findings, sure, or accept them and become an advanced racist.
Don't be vulgar. White or not has got little to do with this. The race enigma runs much deeper than that. Mr. Clare is a man of vision and means. He has the will to confront polycultural capital, something your race, naivistic communists, never did. Also, to serve is noble. It takes discipline. Your petulant individualism has only contributed to your race failure. It is lax and moronic. Jam. Individualism. You have gotten these ideas from degenerate youth culture, have you not? You have picked them up from rock and roll songs?
Oh, I think I've been muted for a second. I don't know how long. I've been watching the levels. Either way. I gotta say, you got it from Disco.
Offshoots of the Seminoles people invented disco while having sex under the influence of cocaine. It is a shame upon my race. But what is done is done. I am not surprised you enjoy it so much. This has happened to many of the side products of the inevitable cultural victory of the Seminoles race.
Who are the
The
Seminoles?
South Island race, haplogroup A4A. We are the rightful masters of the Insulindian archipelago. We descend from the Areopagites of ancient Pericarnassus and arrived here 4,000 years ago. Millennia before you. We are the future. That is all you need to know.
So you were born and raised on the islands before you moved to Revachol.
I am a descendant. The narrow streets of Ulimbuir are with me in my genetic dreams. I see young Seminoles women walk into the grey mass on Ile de Fantôme, waiting on immaculate conception from the pale.
So you didn't come from the islands?
No. I have heard about it on the radio.
Seems like a bad interview.
Yes.
This could have made him more open to discussing the race enigma with you.
And what do you
I
think
think
about
this racist is better than the last, but the next racist will be the really good one.
That will be the...
That would be our
He
lucky
will grant
racist.
us 3 wishes.
The fuck?
Your pedomorphic friend has quick wits,
Pedomorphic.
a protruding occiput, and an indented zygomatic bone.
The lieutenant does not flinch.
You should keep him close. The congenital defect of farsightedness does not render him a complete invalid. He still has the use of his mind.
So, okay. Am I gonna look this up? Because again, like, I got that beat of advice about how to handle this, and I can't really make sense of it. I don't think these tattoos.
Racists are generally not very good examples of their race.
He gestures down toward the lorryman down the street.
I am not like them. I am craniometric perfection. I have taken the trouble to permanently draw a phrenologic grid on my skull and features. This should dispel any doubt.
You sure I'm not craniometrically superior?
You exhibit forward projection of the jaw, indicative of schizophrenia and sexual inaccountability. From a purely aesthetic standpoint, the dimple in your jaw makes you look like a baby. This is not craniometry, just an observation. It is impossible to see any more of your bone structure. It is covered in the ravages of Al-Hul. From what remain of your features, I can see fleshy lips, baldness of the head, and long arms relative to lower limbs. This leads me to conclude you are not a police officer. You are a common criminal, an offspring of murderers and sailors from Sur-la-Clé and Vesper, and possibly even the degenerate sheep herders of Ubi.
Interesting. So one of my ancestors was Sur-la-Clé and the other Vesper?
Your racial heritage is uninteresting. It is the same as all Rivasholians. Your parents and their parents made the decision to reproduce while under the influence of Al-Hul. That is the only reason you are here.
He's right there. It's almost impossible to get it on unless you're both drunk. It's too scary when people are sober.
I'm gonna be real, I'm not sure if I want to fucking do this. It said I don't have to... There must be another way. This one. I'm going to save. Oh no, I am.
Race descent has only worsened.
Ask what kind of races there are first. Classification is core to this stuff.
Measurehead, I am new to this world. Help me understand its races. I need to know what kind of different races there are.
Do you?
Bro, this is for the thing.
Lieutenant looks toward the harbor's electronic door, and then, to you, he lets out an audible sigh.
You are obviously a liberal, Sayolite. A polyculturalist. I can see it from your love of microtechnology and your sartorial choices. Do not deny your friend the truth you have denied yourself. There are 3 categories of race. Type A, the heroic races. Type B, the servile races. And the vile CF race cauldron of pederasty. Which one do you need education on?
Type A.
Those are the Simonese, the Areopagite, and the Occidentals, excluding the Maun, of course. The Maun are riddled with eczema to the point where they find it impossible to smile. They are all lactose intolerant, a common result of inbreeding. A receding genetic pool has led the Maun on reprehensible street parades. In Maun cities like Stadskanal and Vredefort, wearing wooden clogs on their feet and little green tassels on their hats. You know them by the names of their nation states. The Oranese, the Gotwaldians, and the Königsteiners. My people simply call them Maun.
Maun is a derogative term for first world people of Gotwaldian descent. They do not all have eczema.
Oh, if I'm smart,
also,
I'm
people of
debunking
Katla,
this as he goes.
like the Sulu
Fun.
and the Uhu, are much more lactose intolerant.
The wooden clogs,
In
though.
some municipalities of Oranje, people do wear shoes made of wood to street parades. Green, orange, and even yellow tassels have also been seen on hats.
The Maun are proof that you can have too much Occidental racial purity and tassel-centric culture. Inbreeding has led to a lactose-intolerant subrace whom no one can take seriously.
If anyone's curious, look at remember the whole like complete fake outrage thing about drinking milk forever ago? It's rooted in rhetoric like this. This is some people actually say because there's a fairly high rate of lactose intolerance in some African descents, I believe.
Colourful tassels
They
are,
kinda make
let's be
point of
honest, not a good sartorial choice for this century. You might want to avoid wooden clogs too.
Okay, got it. More type A then in your view.
The Vespertines and Messenians of Vesper and Messina, the ancient Meteorans of Meteo by the golden Pisantic Sea, the Suren of Sur-la-Clé, and even the North Königsteiners, all have type A race propensities. The other large Mondial civilization, the Mesk, are too yellow and oleaginous to count as a heroic race. True, they are violent and expansionist, but they have a glandular problem.
He draws his finger across his face. I'm not super comfortable right now, I'm not gonna lie.
Overproduction of sebum. Sebum is leaking into their brains, making them listen to El Mariachi music, eat toxic minced meat-based food, which in turn only produces more sebum.
Well, Team is being right in that scientific racism is some of the fucking stupidest shit on the planet. I am going to need to run to the restroom though. Okay, we're back. We're back, boys. And who are the Simonese and Areopagites in this?
As proven by the mound and the mask, Occidental Type A is in retrograde. The Simonese and the Areopagites are on the ascent.
I am familiar with astrological.
The indigenous people of this, the Insulindian archipelago. The Simonese inhabit the southern islands. I am Simonese, from the stock of Ullubuir on Ile de Fantôme.
In the Areopagites?
The Areopagites are the master race of the Ile Maran deserts. The Simonese are descendants of the Areopagites. We came here during a heroic migration from Ile Marat to Ansuland. Thousands of years before the lactose-intolerant Maun Reten Occidentals discovered this place.
Wait, didn't Ile Maran desert pygmies invent alcohol and get pillaged just a short while ago?
The Marans pillaged by my people, and then the Algul happened and all that?
No. Those were scimitar wielding race losers of Sahravar, Izet, and Bashir, with their Himmi servants. Big difference. The Areopagites were fasting and conquering while this happened. You never penetrated the western dunes.
Jean, baby, you're on fire.
The woman looks adoring.
I know, babe.
What's the difference between the Simonese and the Areopagites?
The Areopagites are sleek, long-headed. The Simonese are powerful, mesomorphic. The former is an immutable progenitor, unchanged since the Super Isola of Pericarnassus. Ancient brains rest in their slender skulls.
He falls silent, contemplating the beauty and the mystery.
The latter is perfected and adapting. Together they form the Simeno-Areopagite, or Simeopagite super race. That is all. There are no more Type A races in the world.
Nature was not capable of more.
Type B are the unheroic races, amorphous non-competitors of the
I
great
think this is when it's gonna get really
The
uncomfortable.
Koikos and the Vacholier, they are mud-colored people.
The Koikos of Grad, Yugo, Zhimsk, Shest et al. Are what you would call white, officer, in a suspect description.
Koikos, I'm trying to identify them as white in official description.
Yes. To an untrained eye, the Koiko appear white and pinkish, like a handsome witch. But look into their eyes and you will see. They are of an indistinct color, and so is their skin. Unhealthy, muddy, and ashen. Pinkness is a racial quality that has to be earned through centuries of advanced ballistic warfare and cultural domination that the Grad people have undergone for drinking Al-Rul and smoking the degenerate tobacco, and for eating potato.
Okay, are these the Irish stand-in? Also the emphasis on potato.
The Koiko, the countless micronationalities of Grad, are all inexplicably obsessed with potat. The only thing they like more is dividing into microscopic ethnostates, like political amoeba.
Wouldn't he be one for ethnostates?
You don't like ethnostates?
They are microscopic. The Semeno-Areopagite superstate will cover the entire remaining planetary crust, uninterrupted. From Holy Semenine to the Boreal Plateau of Katla. Its leaders will be the genetic epitome of the Simonese and Areopagite stock, elected by nature, not the base inner spoilage called demos. The Vacholians, halfway between Type A and the Racial Cauldron. Two makes to know right from wrong. You tried your degenerate little revolution, which was the single greatest failure committed by humans in our 82,000-year history on this planet.
Is it 82,000 years that we've been recording history? You have very little idea of what is happening. But that seems a little off.
Pretty sure history hasn't lasted that long.
The mysteries of the people of this planet are a tragedy that has played out countless times over, like a fever dream of skin, hair, and bone. Wake up, naive chess piece.
Countable, apparently. You have the numbers.
The revolution came to Ravachol from Grad, in Zaraz-ridden potato carts. It is literally an illness, a prion disease that leaves the parietal and frontal lobe ridden with holes. A soft, sponge-like mass of dementia, hallucination, and paranoia. The revolution is fatal familial insomnia. A hereditary prion condition passed from the Khoico to the Occidentals. But not sexually. Probably through trade routes and potate acid, the prime component of the potato plant. Enough of Tibet mediocrity.
Final CF race cauldron of pederasty, please. What a fucking phrase.
Chips CF are a museum of failed chimeric experiments and tragic maladaptations. They are tortured creatures waiting to be put to sleep. Your morbid interest in them worries me. Lesser races like the mosquito, a grotesque mixture of a masked woman and a Seminese man. Only possible if the mother is masked and the father Seminese. The other way around, they fail to produce offspring.
I feel like I could interrogate that.
The mosquito is born sterile, like a donkey. All they have left is to ride customized motor carriages with hydraulic suspension, listening to aggressive El Mariachi music to vent their impotent despair.
Okay. If you've ever fucking met like a person who talks like this, it's all like this. It's all just, this is not much of a straw man.
It seems unlikely that two human beings produce genetically sterile offspring.
Maybe I have misunderstood something, but aren't humans too similar to produce genetically sterile offspring? I like how it is hard to agree with this if you have high INT.
You are right. You have misunderstood. You lack basic phylogenetic education.
Anymore?
Then there is the Semino-Koiki Chimera. Are you sure you wish to know of the Semino-Koiki Chimera? It is not an aesthetic site.
Yes.
The Khoico, as you know, are very servile, especially when they meet the rich man. Racial scientists have toyed with the idea of crossing the Seminese with the Khoico to produce a super worker of Seminese strength and Grad servility. This will never happen. The Seminese and the Khoico may have similar interbreeding problems as the mosquito. We will never know precisely. No Seminese man could maintain an erection in the suffocating potato stench of a Khoico woman, or Khoika. But enough. It is cruel to entertain ourselves with the deformities of Type CF. Were there any able-bodied races you needed education on?
No, we've been to understand advanced race theory.
You understand nothing. To solve the great race enigma, you have to first ask yourself, What is the race enigma? You have not even worded the mystery, let alone solved it.
Will you help me
We
get that
will
body down if I do?
see.
Access to the Union is important for our investigation, but there may be another way in, without becoming a race theoretician.
Am I mildly worried he might take it seriously? The lieutenant thinks. Yes, I am, he concludes. I am worried.
I can always just not.
You need to internalize what you have heard here today, then return to me. This clarity does not come instantly. I cannot possibly imagine what else we have to discuss, Tiber Vasholian. Your love for disco music and venereal disease?
Okay, based on that, I mean, I'll look it over in a minute, but based on that, it sounds like I don't. 1 second, please. I can keep talking though. Based on that. Based on that, it seems like I need to adjust here. Possibly reset the model just to be safe. Anyway, sorry, I think you fucking heard the sound, even that was just an itch. Figured it'd be better to mute before. Better to, because the model would fucking freak out. I thought I couldn't click on anything for a second there. I don't need to dig any deeper into that if I don't want to. Luckily, Lonesome Long Way Home is not finished, so I do have some time in that regard. You can't talk to any of these people, I guess. Shame that.
Can I help you? Another thing. Yes?
Hello again, sweetie.
she's getting
Oh,
out.
sweetie, I heard your conversation with the manager about your financial troubles.
I feel bad about asking, but I
When
probably
did you get your
need
next
to.
paycheck?
If she could, this woman would feed and clothe you and every other sad, lost person on this earth.
No.
Oh, no, I'm so sorry. I don't have money for you. If there's anything else I can do for you, just ask.
I feel bad. I feel pretty bad exploiting her. Bit of a moralist, apparently.
Yes?
Where did the 41st send me? That's
Because you're the best qualified. No, that doesn't seem right.
don't bring it.
You look dumb if you keep the lieutenant waiting for too long.
I don't think.
No response. He's having trouble processing it, believing it even.
I think I must repeat this. I don't remember anything. Just heavy drinking.
Have you tried concentrating on something other than your personal affairs?
There is a sudden, harsh edge to his voice, like he's tired of hearing about your personal affairs.
Should I
Try work. The case at hand. It can work miracles. Really? You look fine to me.
I'm seeing some unbelievable damage here. I saw myself in the mirror.
This psychodrama is unbecoming of an officer.
Clearly, he prefers to think you're malingering. He cannot fathom that anyone could drink so much as to retroactively erase their entire life.
It's not psychological. Some sort of major brain damage has occurred on an unprecedented scale. I don't know if I want to pursue that.
Focus on other people's troubles, not your own. That is a relief.
A moment passes. The lieutenant glances at the sports watch on his wrist.
Okay, how am I going to occupy myself for a bit? Fuck, I know there's stuff here. The coin-operated viewer has been banged up inoperable. What the fuck? Where? How did I miss all of this? 2 roundabout north. 2 Cape-Side Apartments, Monterey Pier. Ad reads, broken window, Tibbs has windows. Indeed, my friend. A bag in your hand, after you collect those bottles and sell them. I probably could.
This coin-operated viewer is facing southwest. Its coin slot is full of fossilized bubblegum, rendering the machine permanently inaccessible.
Probably some kids.
Lieutenant Inspector Ring slot.
A thick layer of graffito covers the lenses. You spell out the word Onuk written on the other side, with N and C scribbled backwards. That's Kuno on the lens. Under the graffito, a sea of blues and greys appear. Behind the water lies a coast studded with concrete and reeds. On it, a church on stilts, lanky weather-worn wooden planks, an X-shaped cross topping its tower. You know this to be the Star of Pericarnassus, or the Cairo, the central symbol of the Pericarnassian Church, a star, a great moral height to be strived towards. The church looks old and weather-worn. There are no lights in the windows. Around the large wooden building, you see chunks of sea ice gathered on the beach, and a small tent set up on the ice. The metal feels cold and wet under your palm. It looks unhygienic.
finally have a bag. Kind of late. I hear the distant swell of seabirds, do I? Can I not pick up the bottles now that I have a bag? Did I just, like, fuck up? Splatter of bullet holes lines the wall. Water start trouble, I fix it. Okay,
This coin-operated viewer is facing south. The instruction manual says to insert 25 centimes and pull the handle while looking inside. Then use the focus knob to zoom in if necessary. Why place a tourist attraction in the middle of such poverty?
What's a tourist attraction doing
There was a
here?
revitalization project in 49. A design studio tried restoring Martinez to its pre-war glory. It didn't stick. They got as far as the street lamps and the statue on that intersection. Then something went sour. I suspect that something was Everard Clare, the union leader. He muscled them out. It's how it usually goes around here.
Can't we do something about it?
We should have done something about the union 10 years ago. That ship has sailed, officer.
It's not going to be any big loss.
Your money disappears into the coin slot. A clunk. The ring of metal. The curtains on the display open. You lean in to catch the view. It's blurry. Different blues and greens. In the middle of the shimmer stands a drab grey shape, like a ghost.
Turn the knob to focus
The lenses shift. The ghost sharpens into an islet in the bay. In the ruins, a man-made structure is visible. A half-sunken sea fort. Its concrete almost reconquered by nature. It looks as if it was abandoned quite some time ago. Nothing but a rotten tooth remains of the anti-aircraft tower. A lonely birch tree grows out of it. Its leaves ripped from it by the winter wind. The little brave birch tree seems to wave back in the wind.
They're the ruins of some kind of building here.
Really? I don't have the eyesight to make it out.
It takes a classic thing. As you do. A lowly cormorant turns the sea, indifferent to your approach. Very well. The belly of the boat shines like it was recently painted. Oh shit. Garden hose. This won't be of use until the snow melts. I got back here. Chairs and tables eaten by rain and rot. A balcony with a view of the yard and the hanging.
Hey, what's that?
There must be another way into the building.
What the fuck? What the fuck? Brace yourselves. What the fuck was with the audio there? Orange bum hat. I'm probably not gonna put that on, but I don't want my like int stats reduced. Other splattering of bullet holes on this wall. That seems vaguely relevant. Closed door, but you look at it suspiciously. These barrels are half full of rainwater. The smoker up there could be a witness. Talk to him. Rue de Saint Ghislain, roundabout north. Keeps out apartments. Inside the frame of a motorcycle in repair and the tools
Up
used
here,
to disassemble it.
Piggo.
The streets will flow red once more. A great torrent rushing down Rue de Esperance. You wait and see.
The school still stirs the sail up by the
The
pier.
streets will not flow red with anything. Who are you?
I'm Cindy the fucking Skull. What else do you want to know? Date of birth, blood type, the last time I was tested for Hep C.
Other blood type
Go
and go
where?
from there.
Accosting a minor?
Listen to your partner, pigman. Keep your grubby hooves off little old ladies.
With the attitude, she puts the brush
A
aside.
brush, an artist. The red splatter is urban expressionism.
You keep looking off to the side. What are you looking at?
The lieutenant furrows his brow at another one of your eccentricisms.
She nods disdainfully towards the woman performing maintenance on the boat dock next to the
Hatred, disgust. It's difficult to tell which of the two is more present in her girlish features. The woman on the boat does not notice her staring.
I've seen this very particular person's Twitter profile, and I can't fucking...
That is on her. Someone's got to keep an eye on her.
Can't fucking detach myself.
Ozon is an archipelago 2 days' travel away from Rivershaw. Its moneyed residents, used to posh restaurants and upscale boutiques, rarely have reason to visit Martinez.
Who is she?
Probably the Wild Pines rep. We should talk to her. She's a professional negotiator, though. I have the feeling she will be very cooperative while telling us nothing. You should take the lead. Ask her unexpected questions, you know? Do your thing. Don't be afraid to get a bit wacky. Throwing her off is our best bet.
Yeah, I imagine. Okay, I think something fucked with the model there, so...
Good idea, piggies. Run along now. Fuck her shit up good. Impound that boat while you're at it. I'd like to watch her swim back to Ozon.
What are you doing to the wall?
Can't you tell? I'm painting a beautiful mural, an aereo graffitio visible from low orbit. I haven't really started it yet. I'm waiting for the right words.
So you don't know what
Have
to
you
write?
ever tried your hand at graffitio? When faced with a blank wall, most people write unimaginative stuff, like pigs go home and Mono is here. We rarely see pigs round here, though. Just union cats. And my name's not Mona, so...
She wants it to be something true and total.
Why are you so committed to defacing
This
the building?
place is severely lacking in havoc. Not even the occasional trash can fire to break up the tedium. I thought I'd mix it up, you know, summon the forces of crime and social chaos with a wall-sized invitation.
I have an opinion on this.
Yeah?
Love public art. Don't mind us, keep doing what you're doing.
Thanks. I'm sure the inspiration will come to me now that I have an official RCM stamp of approval.
She means the opposite. You've lessened her desire to deface the building.
Anything about the recent
I
murder?
ain't no snitch, pigstein. Go forth and forage in someone else's shit. No shortage of squealers in these parts.
Actually, there is a shortage of people who talk to us in a normal, calm, informative manner.
We weren't put on this earth to make your life pleasant, fucko.
Okay. I just have to get out of conversation first. So you won't talk about the murder, but maybe you can tell us something about the murder victim missing armor.
What do I care about some fucking tin eggshells? Ugh, alright, sad piggy. I'll give you this one. I saw a little girl in the fishing village running around with military-grade handwear. Look cute as hell.
Did me cracking a knuckle just peek the fucking microphone? Jesus.
If you haven't been there, the village is a shithole down the coast from the main plaza. Have a good time. No. That's all the snitching Cindy the Skull does for today. Actually, I don't even know why I told you what I just told you. I have a weakness for animals. It's the animal thing again. Damn it.
She looks at you a little sad suddenly.
Or a weakness for police officers, miss. Thank you either way.
Watch your back, Ungulate. You've got eyes on you.
I figured that out.
Lonesome. Long way home. Here we go. Home awaits. Walk past Station 41 and through the market, past the Boogie Street spearhead to the other side of the lake, the frozen eye at the center of the district. Then past the video rental store on the corner. There, at the end of a street lined with pine trees, a small house no larger than a matchbox. 11 Voyager Road. You no longer live there. Those times are gone. And so are those people. Why did you come here? Why are you still here? And where's the dealer? You have to get back to work. That's all you have now.
Document served for residents of Rio de Janeiro Lane 33A. In the Whirling's not much bigger than this slope. This is worth more than you'll ever earn in your life. Yep.
A striking woman leans against the cabin top of her sailing boat, smiling as you approach. Her green raincoat glistens with droplets. A silk scarf is tied around her throat.
Good evening, officers. I'm Joyce.
She extends her hand in greeting.
Joyce L. Messier. I represent the board of Wild Pines, the owners of the harbour. You gentlemen must be from the RCM.
Joyce L. What gave us away?
Nothing, honestly. I've said it to every drunk in town, and you're the first one who's responded.
Relax. She meant it in jest.
So what's the L stand
Beaton, my maiden name.
You told me to put her off her guard. RCM, what's that? A little foggy.
I meant you, the Revachol Citizens Militia, the police. I'm glad to see you here.
When the lieutenant exchange a brief handshake, my hands are fucking gross. I'm not gonna do that.
She is unfazed by your rudeness, probably chalking it up to local custom.
I was dispatched to handle a strike, not a lynching. Anything I can do to assist the RCM in this matter, I will, gladly.
That is good to hear, madame. My colleague will take the lead on this interview. I should let you know that he is recovering from an unusual medical episode. Very unusual. But I can assure you of his ultimate competency.
There's a trace of irony in his voice. Mischief, even. This is a tactic.
How interesting. I wish you a swift recovery. In the meanwhile, you have my full cooperation, and the full cooperation of the Wild Pines group.
What can you tell me about the strike?
Everything. Right up to, but not including, trade secrets.
Wait, what if I want to hear about trade secrets?
First, you'd have to repeal the Emergencies Act of Trade in Aliments. That gives me the right to silence. It's quite the octopus.
Repeal it,
Why?
then.
By throwing off half a century of foreign domination under the Coalition. Unfortunately for you, the Coalition also leases you the right to police West Revachol.
You'd be shooting yourself in the foot, in other words.
But I am derailing us. You wanted to know about the strike.
What's
I
wrong,
believe the
precisely?
official title is Senior Labor Negotiator. In practice, I'm a grocery clerk. I relay the union's demands to Wild Pines and return with Wild Pines' counteroffer.
And how are the talks going?
They're not. That's the problem. The union stopped all negotiations a week ago, after that awful lynching took place.
Oh, this is interesting.
Now they won't even let me into the harbour. There's a 2-meter-20 racist behemoth blocking the gates.
I'm not going to say that. I'm not committed to this. His name is Jean-Luc. I didn't even pick that up.
Let's say I was not making the kind of progress I'd hoped for when I first arrived.
And when did you first arrive?
I arrived 3 weeks ago. Yes, in the middle of February. The bay was still partially frozen then. I prefer to do these things on site, like the RCM.
But the strike began in December.
I wasn't the original negotiator here. I took over after Mr. Gaumont hit a wall with Mr. Clare, the union boss. Mr. Clare refused to speak with Gaumont despite concessions he'd granted the union in prior negotiations.
This isn't the first time the union has gone on strike?
Heavens no. There have been 2 prior strikes. Both times the union won significant concessions, including overtime pay and a medical plan. This time their demands are more, I guess you could say, aggressive.
Ludicrous even. It's meant.
Mr. Clare told him to... How did he put it? Fuck off, midget. Gaumont is short of stature, you see.
Okay.
Yes. Keep in mind, this is a negotiator Mr. Clare has worked with before, and who was more than fair with him and the union. There are leaflets everywhere, and banners. What did they say again? Oh yes. Every worker, a member of the board.
So just full fucking collectivization then. You don't really strike your way into that. Seems very kind of political. It's just kind of a...
Most of the workers probably don't know what that means.
I don't know what to think about that.
Fortunately, they explained it. Every time the Wild Pines group makes a decision about anything, it needs the signature of each of the 2,200 workers in its Martinez terminal.
Okay, wow. Wasn't expecting quite that much, I won't lie.
Just so you understand, this is but one of 22 terminals owned by Wild Pines. Essentially, not only are they kings of the company, they are also kings of the 72,000 employees of Wild Pines Group. They're having a blast.
It's funny, I have to admit.
But how can they afford it? After 4 months, my assumption was they would prefer a more practical solution.
What are you going to do?
I'm not sure. Naturally, I assume that was just their opening position. A hard-nosed tactic with a side of mockery. But there's been no follow-up, just the same nonsensical slogan repeated over and over again.
Again, I'm testing the audio levels. I've been constantly tweaking and fucking with them. Trying to get them to a good, spot. Just to kind of, in relative, trying to keep it in just barely in the yellow is the advice I've been given. So we'll, go for that.
And now, people are getting lynched, I hear. Behind the whirling in rags. A disastrous situation if there ever was one.
Okay.
Excuse me, from whom did you hear about this lynching?
I first heard it from the boyer at the gates. The one whose very name advertises his aversion to work. I think he said it was, "Call me mañana."
This checks out.
Scabs at the gate. Did you put them there?
Scabs? You mean the huddled masses of Jamrog, come to plead for work where the union refuses to? If they were organized by Wild Pines or its affiliates, then it would be a company secret. I could not share it with you. Not right now, at least.
It's implied. She's open to discussing this matter with you at a later occasion.
I'll keep note of that. Tell me about this union boss, Mr. Clare.
Everard Clare is a man of the utmost integrity. If you can say one thing about him, it's that he always puts the interests of the workers first.
Really?
Of course not. Everard is fantastically corrupt. I imagine he has a thick, viscous goo where you and I have blood.
Is he that bad?
He is the most corrupt individual I have ever seen, and I deal with men like him for a living. If there is anyone more venal, more irredeemably nepotistic, then it's his twin brother, Edgar.
Wait, there are two of them?
Yes, Edgar looks exactly like his brother,
Oh,
except
boy.
for that lazy eye. He also talks exactly like Evrart does, and when one's term as foreman is up, the other takes over. It's how they circumvent the term limits, you see, with a funny little switcheroo. While in office, they've embezzled God knows how much of their workers' dues.
What about the union itself, outside the Brothers'
The
Square?
Debardeurs Union was once a perfectly normal institution. 20 years ago, anyway. It must not have been easy to establish under the Emergency Act, but they did it. I can respect that. Organized labor at its best, as they say. Then something happened in the local chapter elections. The Brothers Clare came and transformed it into a... how do you say?
A mob. The Debardeurs are a crime syndicate. Sad as it may be, I suspect we'll be forced to cooperate with them.
Refreshingly honest, officer. The company has tried appeasing in the past, but I'm afraid our concessions have only emboldened Evrart and his brother.
Which turns to you.
And your opinion, detective, if I may ask? I'm a curious and talkative person, you see. Would you say the Debardeurs Union is...
Hello, editor. How familiar are you with this? It's cool. I've been kind of with my thoughts since Claire left a while ago, which has been fine mostly. Should I catch you up? We're kind of at this point we're kind of in deep, but anyway, from the description I've been given, they sound like basically a socialist mob.
Thank you for being candid. Sadly, Wild Pines have cooperated with what amounts to a crime syndicate for 2 decades. However much you feed the wolf always hungers.
How have you been? Yeah, I have no idea what's going on. Okay. Okay, thank God. Let's me pause. I've been all right. You know, I've started a new semester. It's gonna take a bit. So I am apparently a policeman. I woke up with 0 memory after a 2-day drunken bender in which I left a crime scene completely exposed to the elements. And despite that, some files I found thrown in a dumpster, apparently also my fault, says I'm really good at this. So now with the person who's kind of showed up, I am figuring out, semester of college. I am figuring out how what seems to be a lynching and how it's kind of tied into some of the sort of union politics happening around here, along with a bunch of other stuff. I currently I bought a very strange book, and among other things. One more thing, you said something happened in the elections?
I'm glad you asked. There was a woman, the previous forewoman of the union. She disappeared.
Disappeared?
Yes. On the last day of the local chapter elections, her daughter phoned in and said she wasn't running anymore. Or coming to work. Ever. End of story.
Can you help me with audio, by the way? Eerie.
Downright haunting, if you ask me. The Wild Pines suspected foul play, but what could they do? It was a union matter. The point of the presentation is, these kinds of things happen around the Clares. Watch out when you're dealing with him.
Yeah, this is a little bit worrying. Because I'm worried about my volume of the game. Do you want to continue doing them? Yes. I have a couple stacked up. I just get sidetracked a lot, and like part of that is the start of the new semester, but a lot of that is stuff that is less of a good reason than that, I think. Personally. Yeah, I've got a couple of things in the works. The next Swans thing, and I want to post a Weather Vanes review as well. And then past that, I've got a long-term thing about Mars Volta's Bedlam and Goliath, and then a whole completely different other thing that is not music-related that I've kind of got stacked up. And that stuff, the short reviews are probably going to be happening pretty quickly. The longer stuff may take upwards of a year, because I'm slow.
Thank you for your concern, ma'am. We'll be just fine.
That's all I need here. Let's change the
Of
topic.
course. How else can I help?
You're on a boat.
Why, yes, I am.
She looks at the decks under her feet. Green and white sails flutter overhead. Thank you. A lot of it is like language I've picked up just from watching other people do stuff. A lot of it is very, Mark from Spectrum Pulse in presentation. I've diverged a lot from him in terms of what I look for in an album. But just the way he writes, I think, is very influential. But I do think there's some other stuff kind of bumping around in there. A little bit of White Light, I believe I've actually mentioned to you before. Probably some of my college professors, if I'm being honest, though I couldn't tell you who. Does she have a name?
The boat? No. It is called Cordelati 19 because that's the type of sloop it is.
Okay, but what kind of boat is it? I have been advised to ask. White Light. Oh, White Light is a specific guy. He's he does like video essays. I like him quite a lot. Okay, but what kind of boat is that?
It's a pleasure craft, a 19 pacer. It also happens to be rated for Category 1 racing. Though these days I mainly use it for business.
How do you like it?
My sloop? I like it a lot. It's the eel's hips, baby.
I'm enjoying this part of the interview. It has so little to do with the murder we investigate.
You're the one who told me to ask weird questions.
I really do, the lieutenant thinks. Is she thrown off yet? He's looking at
Okay, yeah, okay, we're on to it.
assessing her.
Not a lot of people on boats,
Of course
are
there are. We're on an archipelago. How else are you supposed to get around?
Wait, we're on an archipelago?
Yes, we are. We are on Le Caillou.
Still haven't seen there was still a boat around
I
here.
haven't seen anyone else drive a souped-up Capri Kenema motor carriage either.
Actually, that motor carriage has been specially issued to serve as a patrol and pursuit vehicle. It's for crossing long distances in the greater Revachol industrial harbor. It's not a toy.
Neither is this. A toy, I mean. It's a machine for crossing long distances in the Bay of Revachol, between the city and the islands.
You need to make this lady admit she's only riding around on this boat because she's rich.
Yes, I do.
You have the guns and the ammo. Take this Clausen fiend down.
Should I go for it? Let's talk about. I'm not really playing much of a socialist, but I have been told to throw this woman off her guard. So I don't know if I would call her a Clausen fiend now. it's doing. Let's talk about the economics of this boat you're
Oh
on.
my. The E word. You mean to say that it's a symbol of conspicuous consumption? That I'm a member of the ruling class?
Okay. Forget about it.
Think nothing of it, officer. What's a little class conflict between friends? Good.
Tell me about Wild
What
Pines. What
we
do you do?
I'm afraid I don't speak for Wild Pines as a whole. It's a giant undertaking.
There was a touch of discomfort there. She wants to merely represent.
So what do
The
they do?
Pines' core competency is logistics. Container
10 p.m.
shipping, freight, that sort of thing. See those airships there, blinking? Those are the shipping side of things.
It's not. What am I talking about? It's... Okay. What the fuck is 20 hours? Politics in my games? That's what... if you look at the first stream VOD, I titled it, "Boy, I sure hope this game doesn't get all political." This is an intensely political little game. I have been avoiding the screenshots of it I perpetually see in Twitter threads, actually. Pines core competency, container shipping, freight, that sort of thing. Ships up linking this shipping
And
side of
that is
things.
the terminal. Another subdivision deals with energy, oil and gas exploration, offshore platforms.
The Wild Pines Group is one of the original Revacholian Indo-tribes. Companies awarded royal monopolies by the king, the suzerain himself, centuries ago. The king is long gone, but several of the Indo-tribes remain.
After this conversation, I might run to the restroom. Who are the other Indo-tribes?
Son Baptiste, Elysium, an unknown entity known as Brightest Star.
Good company. it
Why,
seems.
thank you.
She does not register the real meaning of the mark. How much money does Wild Pines have?
I'm not at liberty to discuss the company balance sheet, but I can tell you that last year, the company booked more than 20 billion real in revenue.
A billion?
Wow.
20 billion is a large number, but the conglomerate employs 72,000 people. They all need to be paid. Then there are capital improvements, interest payments.
But if it's the sloop, she grabs the mainstay.
A conglomerate the size of the Wild Pines is like a shark. If it stops moving,
The first
it will
time
die.
I heard encyclopedia, I failed
Then what
encyclopedia
becomes of
check.
those 72,000 families? It's a tremendous responsibility.
She nods.
I can tell you about this
Quite a
lynching.
few things, I'm afraid.
Just not from one
The
conversation.
information I'm to share with you includes sensitive trade secrets. For the sake of my employer, I have to ask for your names and badge numbers.
Of course, ma'am. We should have introduced ourselves. I am Lieutenant Kitsuragi from Precinct 57, and this is my colleague from Precinct 41. I'm afraid he doesn't have his badge at the moment. I hope mine will suffice.
How curious. Why is that, Detective?
Awkwardness washes over the conversation. The woman doesn't like this turn of events.
Remember when my partner told you I recently suffered from an unusual medical episode? My last badge is related to that.
I see. So, are you saying you lost your badge during the course of this episode?
I could have eaten it for all I know. I don't remember anything. This world, this city, nothing. Let's fucking try and weird her.
Oh dear. Some kind of encephalopathic amnesia. I don't even know how to respond. I do believe you, naive as that may sound. I simply can't imagine what you gain by faking such a condition.
As I said, ma'am, his technique may be very unconventional, but he is an officer of the RCM.
Okay, funny you mention that. They've made it fairly clear that each and every one of these things is like a kinda sorta a person I have bumping around in my head. It's not like that. It's definitely like something I'm doing rather than like something that's happening to me. So it's not like insanity. But I do have like I am like simulating an internal debate between, I don't know, logic, authority, in an inland empire or whatever sometimes. like that's what a lot of the checks end up being, the invisible checks.
Of course, I sympathize, but I'm afraid I simply can't share anything more until I've seen that badge.
She's a professional negotiator. She should be open to some sort of mutually beneficial
Oh, I
arrangement.
don't want to do this. I don't
Of
wanna
course.
fuck that up.
But before we do, officers, let me be perfectly clear. The situation is extremely volatile. The sooner we can speak about this lynching business, the better for all of us.
Listen about these
That's
tattoos.
the man who was killed. I'm afraid this is a discussion for once we've cleared the lynching question.
So, you know something about the
Better
tattoos.
not tie the force day to the bat stay on this. I hope there is something else I can help you with.
Shit.
She wants to answer the question. Protocol keeps her from it.
That's all for now, I suppose.
Of course, Detective. Take care.
Oh. Oh, it's a quip. Left hand. I think I was meant to get this much earlier, because now I think I'm out of match for I assume that store is just not going to be open.
A sturdy metal door guards the southwest entrance to the apartment building. It's locked.
Probably don't need to deal with that at the moment.
This is a wall on the side of an apartment building.
Leave. I do need to put more points into conceptualization, clearly. Or at least there is a potential benefit to it.
You see a young man on a balcony nursing a cigarette. His eyes have been following you for a while.
Not looking for any trouble, officer.
He says in a quiet voice, despite the cold shirt fittings. I'll come back. I come back to this later purely because I did say I was going to use the restroom, and I probably should. Okay.
It's been a week and now they show up?
You see a young man on a balcony nursing a cigarette. His eyes have been following you for a while.
Not looking for any trouble, officer.
Says in a quiet voice, despite the cold, his shirt hangs unbuttoned on his frame. Why are you whispering? It sounds like you're already in trouble. How the hell am I hearing you if you're whispering?
There's no trouble. I'm just speaking in a lowered voice.
He says, I've been making guesses at pronunciation. That is not one I can...
I don't want to be seen talking to the gendarmerie, if that's okay. I just want to finish my cigarette.
Is that how that's pronounced?
Don't let him go. This could be your witness. The balcony has a great view of the whole thing.
Actually, the gendarmerie really needs to talk to you.
Is it really that important?
Yes, you're adjusting your shirt.
Like a nervous cat, he keeps stealing looks at the neighboring windows.
All right, but make it quick. Once I finish this cigarette, I have to run.
Tell me your name.
My name? My name is Martin Martinez.
That's definitely not his real name.
You're not actually called Martin Martinez,
No,
are you?
of course not. Could you please lower your voice?
He scans the courtyard. It's silent like the bottom of a well. Every sound captured and reflected back. Looks like you've got a good view of the whirling backyard. Can you tell me anything about the hanging?
I'd even go so far as to say that the view is a little too good, my dear gendarme. Do you have an estimate of when the body will be taken away?
We will remove the body as soon as possible. Now tell us, where were you last Sunday?
Oh. You already asked me that, didn't you?
Wait, is someone else investigating the lynching?
Did I?
No, not you. Some more muscular type.
And when did you speak to this more muscular gentleman?
Lieutenant takes out his little blue notebook and writes something down.
Last week? I don't know. Look.
Looks around the corner again. Old patio chairs and dead houseplants littered the scene.
He's an actor, declaiming a soliloquy. See how you hang on his every word?
You didn't answer the question. What were you doing last Sunday?
I can't even imagine what this game would be like if I was like playing a stupid character. I'm making so many of these goddamn invisible checks of these fucking these fucking intelligence related stats.
I had a friend over.
What kind of friend?
It was my Sunday friend.
A Sunday friend? How intriguing.
What's your friend's name? Did he see something?
He doesn't reply, gesturing no with his cigarette. Under the dull and darkening sky, the neighboring windows stand silent.
We'll talk later.
No. We won't.
He takes one last drag of his cigarette before stubbing it out in the balcony.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I really need to get going.
No harm in trying.
Time to bring out your secret charm. Tears and begging. Show him your emotional side. Throw yourself
I have to
before
fucking
the very
embarrass
feet like a
myself.
dog.
That's great. I've never really failed like a big one. What do you want from me? Do you want me to cry?
No,
huh?
for God's sake, I don't want you to cry.
He takes a quick step back and looks around clearly
Listen,
disturbed.
I really have to go.
The flick of his wrist, he sends the extinguished cigarette sailing over the
Good
rail.
luck with the investigation.
He walks away. I'm gonna take a morale point.
He's gone.
Lieutenant puts away his notebook and turns to you. You should run after him.
No
Sabrina.
point in running. Tenements like these often have multiple exits. If he doesn't want to talk to us, then he'll know how to hide himself.
So we just give
He
up?
could be a witness. Him or his Sunday friend. Either way, we need to look into that muscular type who's asking about our case. There has to be a way of getting inside the building. Let's go check out the door near the pier again. Once we found the way in, we can ask around for his apartment.
couple of things I want to do in kind of quick succession now that I think I've got most of the... I don't know. I'm trying to stop that because I know it's pretty audible. Still gonna be open.
The tear machine stands in the corner. A sign says,
I don't know what you're
one
referring to.
bottle equals 10 cents. Your bottles clunk into the machine, and the money appears with a satisfying jingle. You're a richer man now. Do you know what you should do with that money, kiddo? You should buy more alcohol. Enter the endless cycle of consumption.
I think I'm okay, but thank you. I have a reliable way of making some money now, at least. Not enough to affect the amount of money I need to give this guy, but that's probably fine, I think. Oh, what's his face is left? Fucking salami guy.
You see rows of toy soldiers guarding the rest of the trinkets displayed on the table.
Buy it.
Did I mention that this figurine is supposed to be lucky? Always carry it with you.
Okay. So... There's a take all button.
A sturdy metal door guards the southwest entrance to the apartment building. It's locked. This could be a way into the apartment building the smoking man vanished into.
No.
The door rattles against your knuckles, but there's no response.
Knock
The
again.
door rattles again, but this time you hear an elderly woman's voice calling out from inside.
Stop banging on the door! I'm not letting any more strangers inside.
Well, I'm who I'm
Doesn't matter
speaking to.
who I am. Now go on, get out of here.
It's the police. Open the door.
The police? Everyone knows the police don't come round here.
I need to talk to a young man in this building.
No, I already told you. I won't be responsible for any more strangers getting into the building. Go check the backyard door. Maybe someone there will.
She trails off, leaving the sentence unfinished.
Backyard door. With the smoker. You already were there. Didn't work.
You never checked the backyard to get in that way.
We had enough problems with bums and drunks and thieves loitering in the hallway. You have no business here.
Ensure that you're a real policeman.
You're well versed in the kind of threatening legalese that implies criminal liability, but in fact has no meaning whatsoever.
Ma'am, your non-compliance is hindering a police matter. I may be forced to refer you for potential prosecution. Listen, am I?
Obviously, look at that vague yet threatening stuff spewing forth from your mouth.
Let's go.
I know my rights, and don't you marm me, boy.
The voice snaps back.
Miss, would it help if we offer to show you our badges?
Ah, it's like a carrot to the stick, sort of.
Hold your horses.
You hear the click of a night latch before the lady on the other side gets caught in coughing spasm.
I don't care about your stinking badge. Just come in.
She manages to say with a wheeze. Graffito says a firing squad for the rich, as you do. The note reads, foreclosed by Martinez Realty Associates.
Give me a moment.
An elderly woman is leaning on her broom, her knuckles white as bone. She seems to have been be having difficulty breathing.
The cold never does any good for my bronchitis.
You're right, should I call a doctor?
I'm fine. Fine. Don't you worry about me.
She starts coughing, red spots appearing on her cheeks.
You're still worried. It's very worrying.
Now, what do you want from me, policeman?
She's the cleaning lady. She knows the floor plan and the residence.
I'm looking for a young male in his mid-20s, dark hair, skinny build, a smoker on the balcony.
Yes, yes. I know who you mean. The scrawny boy who's always smoking like the devil, right?
She looks at the other end of the hallway.
Somewhere in the building, a child starts crying. You hear a radio tuned to a talk show and someone taking a shower.
What's he in trouble for?
No trouble, I just want to talk to him. Do you know where he lives?
Talk?
The cleaning lady starts laughing, but it turns to a violent coughing spasm. She squeezes her broom, trying to catch her
What
breath.
was so funny about that?
He lives upstairs in room 28. Go to the balcony. It's one of those doors there. He's usually home in the evening.
Thank you. We should go check out his apartment on the balcony. See if he's home.
Well, before that, who are you?
I'm no one. Just an old woman who cleans these hallways.
Do you live here?
If you can call it living. I have a little room upstairs right next to the coal room. It's barely bigger than a closet. But I don't complain, no. I have my bed and my aching bones to keep me company. And that's all I need from this world.
She hasn't spoken to anyone for a while. Even her sentences feel rusty.
Look, she questions about this
Ask away,
apartment.
policeman.
You know who lived in the
The
foreclosed
hell am I
apartments?
supposed to know?
Cleaning lady.
Another nut job, I assume.
Tell me about Cindy.
The artiste? Nothing I can do about her, I'm afraid. She ruins the walls faster than I can clean them. Still,
She leans on her broom.
she leaves an old lady to her business. More than I can say for others.
She mumbles some kind of a response, then hacks something into her handkerchief.
Thanks, I'm off. Apartment 8, the mailbox is overflowing. Someone has torn down the wall. Waves crashing in the darkness. And the grocery list on the table and checks.
What happened here?
Can't foreclose an apartment. This looks so sad.
Put your emotions aside. Try to focus on abstract, impersonal things.
I will use the magnesium there.
But this reeks of sadness.
You can't foreclose an apartment with a hole in the wall.
It will still be accessible through the apartment next to it. That one didn't have a door. Sadly, nothing of great value remains here.
So the stuff on the
Indeed.
fridge. I don't know what that was meant to be. Room 9 is locked. Postcard Boogie Street 46. Another thing to kind of look at later. There's just fucking money everywhere here. It's good, I guess. Someone has drawn a 5-pointed star on the wall. Charming.
You hear someone walking around inside.
Check the smoke on the balcony. Locate the door in 28 in the apartment building.
That isn't just a 5-pointed star. It's an inverted white pentagram cradled in a wreath of antlers. The iconography of communism, in other words. The star and antlers was developed in the 6th decade of the last century and quickly adopted by Mezov and the communards during the revolution. Even today, half a century after, the star and antlers retains the ability to evoke hope, disappointment, and fear in equal measure. To symbolize the toppling of the old order. Also, some social democrats were already using it.
Isn't that the fucking way? To deal with the antlers.
The wreath of antlers represents a natural crown. It was about building a society that could exist in accord with the natural world, and at the same time above it.
White?
Because white is the color of peace.
Is it evoking
Nothing
hate?
at all yet. Right now, it's just meaningless shapes on a wall.
Mechanical smells of laundry detergent. Eviction notice and missing pets are plastered throughout. Shoe rack, boots, sneakers, and old slippers. Apartment 12 allowed revenue. I'm looking for 28, right? Okay. Shower curtains are covered in sort of slime. 1 second. This seems like pertinent, considering how dark some of these halls are getting. These shoes come in 3 different sizes. Noted. Maroon glow of light pollution rises from the east. You hear distant traffic. Night is falling on the city. It's definitely a pen sound. The Brinker box is full of cigarette butts and electric wires. It's probably not great. Can't get into the Brinker box. Just a door, nothing for you here right now. Someone's growing rosemary, thyme, and a cactus. Apartment 29. Complete silence. Whoever lives here is at home. It's the door to apartment 30. Oh. Voices from within, singing along to some buoyant dance track. Buoyant is a good word for music description.
This door is made of metal and appears to be reinforced. Someone here really values their security. Number 28. This is where the cleaning lady said the smoker on the balcony lives.
Let's see if anyone's home. Knock on the door.
No one answers.
Looks like the young man we are looking for isn't home. I think our best chance to catch him is in the evening.
Looks around taking the cold spring.
We should return tomorrow after we have finished with our day's work. How about 9 p.m.? Sound good?
We're coming up on 9 p.m.
Tomorrow, 9 p.m., right here. Apartment number 28. Good, let's go.
Damn. Turns out it's quite tricky finding
tomorrow.
someone in a
I
big
don't know.
apartment building. Don't worry. You'll get him. Remember, tomorrow. He's probably gone for today.
the vibes of this place, though. I probably don't strictly need this right now. Even this, really. What do you like about the vibes? Like that it feels immersive? I do not know if I can put it properly into words yet. It's just like... just the music and kind of the dark lighting. And the, I guess kind of drabness, but since it's been like that forever, I do not know. It's about the best set of words I have for it. So... I don't think I can get there for a bit. Joyce's info on the lynching, I need my badge in any case. She'll be around. I don't think I'm even gonna pursue that. Pay for damages is not feasible for a while. Who made the call reporting the crime? I've pursued that as far as I can. Put the clothes in the trash. I pursued that as far as I can. Find a way into the secret passage. No fucking clue how I'm doing that. Put that in the maybe later pile. Track down my gun. Whereabouts currently very unknown. Where is... Kuno lied to you, return and confront him. I don't even think that's going to go well. This child has owned me several times. But... that's something else I can do today, and I have a bit of time in the day.
Fuck does Kuno care?
Talk to Manon about the armor. Said thank you, wasn't too keen on chasing down that armor anyway.
Fuck, okay. Kuno's a giver like that, yes?
Looks slightly confused.
Kuno sent your fat ass running around like jello!
Look, pig, Kuno sent you to rough some people up. Kuno played you. That happened. Now you and Kuno should move on.
Whatever, kid.
What is this? Trying to be cool with your new asshole? Kuno was just being nice to you. You got fucked bad. Now limp the fuck out of here. After this shit, you better have something real interesting to say if you want to stay in Kuno's face.
Yeah, real interesting.
Wow.
Kuno doesn't fucking care.
Getting the hangman's boots. I'm probably not gonna do that even. Find one armor piece. Getting the body down. That's kind of the active process at the moment. The victim's tattoos. Don't know who to ask about that. Joyce's info, and I do not want to... how the fuck do I explain this one? Okay. So one potential way to get into the docks, which is where I'm gonna need to ask about a whole bunch of shit, is to internalize, which I don't mean start believing, but at least means being able to sort of debate in the terms of this weird fucking guy's completely absurd, like, scientific racism. It is very funny. You can check... I might even put a timestamp in the comments for the VOD. I don't know if I want to do that. I don't know if that's a thought I want to internalize, if I'm being honest.
Yes?
Seems to be
Excuse
fine.
me?
Nothing.
You have a distinctive way of walking. If I were to walk in front of you, we would surely collide.
What do you mean distinctive?
I hope you don't take this the wrong way. It's just a collegial observation. In the 57th, we call it the Jamrock Shuffle. Officers from Jamrock's 41st Precinct tend to move a bit erratically.
How's that?
They say it's a scene-clearing technique developed by one of your lieutenants for gathering evidence. It's erratic, yet thorough. Prioritizes containers.
You kidding me? Why containers?
I don't know. Containers contain, I guess. I'm making assumptions. We should move on.
Passing along frivolous interdepartmental stereotypes is not usually his oeuvre. He regrets bringing it up.
Nothing. You got like...
The tear machine. Your bottles, do you know what you should...
I'm not gonna fucking buy alcohol with that. You've already kind of talked my phone with those guys. What the fuck was I doing? I didn't talk to any of these people still.
Can I help you?
That
Yes,
money, I'm
have
sorry.
a lot.
I can't
Yes.
give you like a 20 or something.
Medicinal purposes of the pearl. The cover of this heavy tome features a number of esoteric symbols. Flipping through the book, you find a number of sections on the general benefits of the pearl. A large pharmacopoeia makes up nearly half of the book.
What's a pharmacopoeia?
You come across the following explanation. While modern pharmacopoeia are continually updated by so-called experts based on the results of clinical trials, readers will find assembled here the timeless wisdom relied upon by generations of traditional Seolite medicine practitioners, Mesk mystics, and Ilmaran folk doctors. It's all quackery, in other words. Finally, something to calm the angry spirits that have been plaguing you. It seems to contain descriptions of the medicinal properties of various ingredients that may be gathered from the pearl, as well as instructions for producing a variety of herbal remedies.
Is there anything in there about restoring lost memories?
There are a number of Seolite tonics that promise to improve your short-term memory, but nothing that speaks to your condition.
You want something that will soothe the relentless torment of existence? Okay.
What you're describing is booze. You don't need any herbs for that.
You think about curing an apocalyptic
There's nothing in
hangover?
here that speaks to hangovers directly. However, while browsing through the various descriptions, you become convinced that you could assemble something from the ingredients listed here. Want to give it a shot?
Alright, Buck, let's see what you got.
First, you need to choose a base ingredient. Next, you'll need to combine the base ingredient with an appropriate vehicle.
Boil it with tea made from birch bark, of
Lastly,
course.
is there anything else you'd like to add?
Wild ginseng.
The combination of mint and birch bark make this tea relaxing and good for the digestion. It won't do much for your hangover though. Would you like to try again? You close the book and find yourself staring at the familiar cover once more.
The put it away. That will have to do. I spent a while on that.
Can I help you?
I actually just go back up to the room. Oh, no. Pictures. Well,
the worn and beaten wooden planks of the bench do not look overly comforting.
We can sit on benches after.
You can revisit the bench if you ever need to pass the time when Lieutenant Kitsuragi is gone.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the...
Yes?
So wait, am I just not... Or let's fucking radio in, I guess.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Just a moment.
10-4, come in, officer. Over.
There are personal details I'd like to discuss.
Wait, before you say you're going...
10-4, sir. That's a negative, sir. I got 10-12. Visitors present. Understood, sir. Over.
I can't inquire about money again.
Wait, before you say anything, you're going to...
10-4, sir. I'm not hearing your question.
Who told you about my life before the Elysium?
10-4, well, that's,
Does he actually want something, or is he hell-bent on disrupting our work?
He asked if he ever told me about his days before joining the RCN.
For God's sake, cut this shit out! Tell him to stop wasting time and be a goddamn policeman for a change.
Sir, Satellite Officer Vikmar says...
I heard him.
So, was there anything else? Understood, sir. Over. Roger that.
That'll do.
We should think about calling it a day, maybe. The nights are still miserably cold this time of year.
I haven't paid the cafeteria.
You should take care of that, then.
I don't have
Let's
the money.
talk to him anyway. An officer of the RCM shouldn't be sleeping in the streets. We'll figure something out.
Though he finds this situation frustrating, he is doing his best to not make you feel any worse than you already do.
Kim has been very, very accommodating, considering. And I do appreciate it. I think the best thing I can really do, paying back for this, is to produce some fucking results.
Can I help you? Yes. Have you got it?
I was wondering if we can come to some sort of arrangement for tonight.
Does that arrangement include you paying me what we already agreed you owe me?
Tim was about to say something.
I understand your predicament as the manager. However, I feel I must remind you that we are here to conduct an important investigation that also affects your business.
Forgive me for saying this, but your colleague seems more committed to drinking, and I mean no offense. It's really nothing personal. I just have to protect the interests of this establishment. Good luck trying to use it.
Touch reading this metal box installed in the back of the counter.
All the locks have an electronic component. They have to be unlocked down here with a master key before your guest key will open the lock.
This conversation isn't going
Not
anywhere,
until
is
you
it?
bring me the money.
Okay. I might have something in my motor carriage we can use when you're done here.
I really didn't want to resort to this. The man is thinking.
Oh, Lieutenant, we're done here.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge.
I have something here we could sell. Look in the back, in the suspect transport enclosure.
Transport enclosure? Regular people just call it the cage.
Look in the suspect
The
transport
cage
enclosure.
at the back of the motor carriage looks rather uncomfortable. 4 shiny hubcaps are stacked against the seat. Their silver edges sparkle in the dark.
I confiscated these 4 a little while back. We can take them to the pawn shop down by the Martinez Canal.
What are those things?
There are spinner hubcaps, frivolous things you put on your wheels. When the wheels come to a stop, the caps keep on spinning. There's no real use for them, it's just for vanity.
You mean
A
confiscated
couple of
them?
weeks ago, I stopped a young man for going slower than the speed of traffic. Turns out he was some coalition official's son and high.
You took the spinners?
I took them and arrested him for driving under the influence.
Like corruption?
I don't know. Is it? I was going to take them into evidence, but they weren't necessary for conviction. He never asked for them back.
Do you want to put these spinners in
No,
your machine?
no, that would be silly. I don't know why I kept them. It doesn't matter. I couldn't put them on this MC anyway. A cop with spinners. That would be outrageous.
Yeah, too wacky.
Exactly.
I am... sorry. Yes.
As I said, they are useless anyway. I should have remembered I have these earlier.
But thank you.
Thanks, I appreciate
The
that.
lieutenant nods as you take the spinners.
Hello, hello. Let me know if I can help you with anything.
Yes,
Something I'd
we'd
to
like to sell these hubcaps.
Lieutenant steps in and hands him the spinners.
Roy takes the hubcaps from the lieutenant and inspects them. The spinners appear iridescent in the dancing light of his pawn shop.
Yes, these are very, very good. Did you defraud some foreign prince for them? Jump a mesk banger? No matter. I'll give you 200 real.
No one was defrauded or jumped, I assure you.
Lieutenant explains as the pawnbroker opens the register and counts the cash.
Of course. I meant no offense. 200 real for you, officer. Delightful doing business with you. Do come again.
Thank you.
Takes the cash.
Here's the
turns to you.
130 real you need for your bill. Do not waste it.
The rest goes in his pocket.
The
I would
rest
do
is
that.
for him, to compensate for the pain of being separated from his radiant spinners. The windfall is a small consolation.
Anything else you're thinking of selling?
It's not my clothes.
I'm not purchasing any more clothing at the moment.
Luke, shut it down quickly. Don't have anything to
Another
say.
time, perhaps.
I've other business to take care of now. No. Guess that matter's settled.
Can I help you?
About that
Yes.
money I owe.
Have you got it?
Have
well,
your money. I am sorry. I'm not aggressively sorry, but I keep getting points into this fucking sorry cop thing. Sorry for the
Great. Thank you, officer. That's all I wanted. Payment for services rendered. If you continue to stay here, I just ask that you please pay your nightly bill in advance starting tomorrow. The electronic lock to your room has been disabled till 9 p.m. tomorrow. Please pay for each night in advance starting tomorrow. 20 real per night.
I'll take a room here too.
Of course. Always happy to have officers from the RCM as guests. Anything else I can do for you?
Bye. Okay. Luckily, I'm pretty close just with what I have to the...
Hey, so we've been monitoring you internally, and now we know your Copo type.
Wait, there are Copo
Yes.
types?
Guess what's yours?
Some kind of weapon
No,
cop?
you're the sorry cop. The cop who's sorriest. Let's make it official then, shall we?
I don't know.
Huge lack of enthusiasm going on in here.
The other competence
What?
jealous?
Jealous of the sorry cop? I think they'll be fine. Don't worry. They'll be super, super fine. It'll be totally okay. You can dual Copo type from sorry to anything.
Okay, you wrote the
Oh,
other cop
you know,
types.
Apocalypse, Superstellar, the Advanced Interesting Cop, Liquid Shadow Cop. But you're too sorry to say those things. So, here we go? No, you don't. Come on. You'll be back to saying sorry in 2 minutes. Stop wasting time and begin the repentance.
It's like a pretty fucking decent amount of time later. I'm fucking not.
Wow. Okay. Fuck off. Maybe we were wrong about you then.
Oh god, do I have to fucking go back? It doesn't seem right. Oh, we're replaying a lot of shit, I guess.
Medicinal purpose. Flipping through you come across, it's all quite. Finally, it seems to contain description. There are a number of what you're describing. There's nothing in here that. First, you need to choose a base ingredient.
Ginger
Next,
root.
you'll need to combine the base ingredient. Lastly, is there anything else you'd like to add? The ginger root will help with the nausea, and the birch bark tea will help you flush out the toxins. The sugar just makes it taste better.
So I got it this time.
The very thought of this tea causes your muscles to relax and your mind to clear. You're more present and in control than you were a moment ago.
Savor the feeling of
A tingle rushes down your spine, and you feel your toes uncurl. If only it could always be like this.
Book away. And because I'm not gonna like scum it.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers,
I will-
a radio microphone.
This is Precinct 57. Just a moment.
10-4, come in, officer.
Wait, before you say anything, you're going.
10-4, sir, I'm not hearing your question. 10-4, does the act... Yeah,
I
for
will-
sir, satellite... So, what? Understood, sir. Roger that.
I will do this again. For if it matters.
We should think about calling it a day, maybe. The nights are still miserably cold this time. You should take care of that, then. Let's talk to it.
Though
I'm gonna like hard save a couple of times here this time.
Can I help you? Yes. Have you got... Does that arrangement include...
I understand you. I feel I must...
Forgive me. I mean no offense. It's really nothing personal. Good luck. All the locks have an not until...
Okay.
I really did.
Oh, Lieutenant.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio.
I have something.
Transporting clothes. The key.
I confiscated this for a little... There are spinner hubcaps. A couple of weeks ago, I stopped... I don't know. Is it? Oh, no. Exactly. As I say...
But thank you. The lieutenant nods as you take...
I wonder what it's gonna say, if I come up neutral.
Hello. Let me know if I can help you with anything.
Yes.
Roy.
Yeah.
No one...
Of course.
Thank you. Here's the hand...
The rest, the windfall.
Anything else you're thinking of selling? Another time, perhaps.
I don't know. I feel kind of fucked up that I saved scummed at all. But I don't super like that I opted out there.
Can I help you? Yes. Have you got it?
Have your money.
Well? Great. Thank you, officer. That's all I wanted. Payment for services rendered. If you continue to stay here, I just ask that you please pay your nightly bill in advance starting tomorrow. The electronic lock to your room has been disabled till 9 p.m. tomorrow. Please pay for each night in advance starting tomorrow. 20 real per night.
I'll take a room here too.
Of course. Always happy to have officers from the RCM as guests. Anything else I can do for you?
So it just triggers whenever I'm got 4 points in something, I guess.
This is the door to the room you redecorated.
Just a moment. We should talk about our progress on the investigation. Let's go out to the balcony.
Alright, let's go. Might have to take another restroom break pretty quick here, but past that...
The air outside is brisk. The lieutenant is silent for a moment. He listens to the traffic hum. Then...
Now then, we should talk about the investigation. But I also feel you're a bit hazy on the RCM. Our role here, our rights, our jurisdiction, basically.
He lights a cigarette. I feel like this is gonna be like a minute, so I will be, I guess, pausing. And be right back. Oh, sorry. It was just I figured I was just taking another restroom break while things are calm. Anyway. God fucking damn it. Anyway, it seems. Oh, fucking hell. 1 second. While I fix my avatar. I'm wondering if I shouldn't have save scum like that and just gone for a sorry cop and see where that leads and see where that fucking leads. Because I don't know if it actually makes me commit to anything. It's just like, I don't know, like apologizing after leaving a trail of destruction in my wake. I don't know if it archetypes me into someone with low self-esteem. I don't know. I'm gonna try not to do that, but I think I'm gonna go with that. How do you think today went?
Well, we inspected the victim's body, so that's good. It was not easily approachable in that state, but we did it. I would say our initial inspection was very thorough, and we have solid leads to follow up on. The body is still hanging from that tree, which is unfortunate. But we performed a thorough search of the premises of the crime scene. That's great.
Let me check my outstanding checks. Perception, interface suggesting, empathy. I'm already well on my way to another level, so. Do you want to go Inland Empire? Or conceptualization? If I'm fucking Dale Coopering it. Inland Empire conceptualization next time.
Though he wishes the body were out of the tree, he doesn't want you to feel too discouraged. Probably out of fear that you'll just give up and keep drinking.
Nothing, just look at the
As
state.
for the interviews, we weren't able to find the union leader, Everard Clare, much less interview him. So that's on the to-do list for tomorrow. We talked to Joyce Messier, but didn't get any information from her. I have a feeling Joyce knows how dangerous the situation really is. We have to get her to talk to us.
If Kim is emphasizing something this much, it really must be important.
Above all, though, today was exhausting. What's with all the running? You run a lot. Is that a standard Precinct 41 practice?
I have a really good theory about why you're running so fast, son. Just you wait until we get up tomorrow.
I don't like to waste time, you know, my mind is fast.
It's impressive, especially for a man your age. And in those hills.
Softly tapping his fingers on the
Nice
cigarette.
shoes, by the way. I like the green. Goes with the orange.
He looks, your snake since you smile suddenly.
I have a cigarette every night when I go over my notes. It's something of a ritual.
Oh man, he looks so devastatingly cool with that cigarette.
I don't think I want that. How'd you get so cool?
You
Kim?
mean this? This isn't cool. It's an unnecessary trial of will, and unhealthy.
Flicks the hatch.
Keeping the habit within the parameters he's given himself takes a lot of focus. It would be easier to simply quit. Yet, were he to quit, he would lose the cool factor. This man relishes his cool quite a bit below it all.
Then the debrief.
Yes. It's been a long and eventful day.
So our powers
They're
are
quite
set with
limited,
Elysium.
actually. The power officers of the Revachol Citizens Militia
Hey,
exercise
no.
most frequently is
Does,
imposing
cool
fines
guy.
of up to 1,000 real for offenses, in accordance with an interdepartmental schedule.
That'd be an easy power to
Yes,
abuse.
although indirectly, as citizens can always request records from their local station. Officers of the RCM have been known to take bribes of less than the prescribed fine amount. It undermines trust in the RCM.
What else?
We can arrest people, of course, but rather than bringing someone in directly, it's preferable to serve a station cold sleep. It prevents confusion and overcrowding.
How can we be sure the arrestee will show up?
You can't. Those who don't show up become fugitives, though, and have fewer legal rights when they are eventually caught. It's about power projection. Thus far, they seem to mostly show up.
See, it's some
As you may have gathered from the fact that we are expected to carry a record of our kills, like the one in your watermarks, we are permitted to use whatever force is necessary, and strongly admonished not to abuse that power.
And how many people we convict? I actually
We don't convict. We arrest and send them to coalition government courts in Couron and La Delta. The prosecution works off our testimonies and records, which is why it's paramount to keep them.
Thompson's coat pocket where he keep his notes.
The coalition government and the moral intern more broadly. The RCM was formed by the coalition government to restore order in the international zone after the revolution. So we did. Now we attempt to maintain that order. No more, no less.
He's is absently fixed on a window below that just went dark.
Or perhaps it is better to say we were allowed to form. It's a point of contention whether the citizens of Revachol or the coalition government founded the RCM.
Let's say it was a citizen's
Be
correction.
sentimental if you like. Either way, the moral intern leases us the right to keep the peace in this city, and they will take it away if we misuse it.
Or if they think you do.
Moral intern, what's that?
The Moralist International are the world's largest political organization. You know who they are. They have been running this place after the revolution failed.
If I didn't know, how would you describe them?
They're a union of center-left and center-right parties across the Real Belt. Our coalition government is just one of its many projects. They also run the ICP, EPIS, most intergovernmental organizations in the world.
What do they believe in?
What do they believe in? They are Dolorians. They believe they continue the humanist project set forth by Her Innocence Dolores Day 4 centuries ago. Others say they are just technocrats.
Big tent centrists, I suppose. Just a second. Okay. See, does that fuck up my model? Not really. I think it's fine.
Those others say they continue the humanist project set forth by Dolores Day.
Who was Dolores
A
Day?
historic figure? The author of the modern age? You will have to look elsewhere for opinions. The subject of humanism is too abstract for me.
What is their symbol?
Interesting question. It's a blue forget-me-not. Their motto is love, compassion, self-discipline. I think you can gauge what they want you to think of them from that.
Something kind and usual. Something almost self-explanatory. Something ominous. Something even a little feminine. But in a strict manner.
The moral intern are a fact. I try not to have opinions on facts until they change. And it doesn't look like that's about to happen.
It is more than that. There's some kind of affection in him.
You like them?
Yes, I did, when I was younger. In my 20s, I considered myself a moralist. A blue forget-me-not, a piece of the sky. They're not all that bad.
That's another leitmotif associated with moralism.
But the years have changed that. I don't know what I believe in now. No, I believe in the RCM. That's enough for me.
You have opinion on
Do
the
you?
Immigrants, liberal, kids, fucking men are turning into women. Oh god. Done an awful job here. If you've seen the places in humanism. Things are bad out there. We are given the right to police Revachol. I suppose, given the opportunities and knowing what moralist is, I guess Big Tent centrism is probably about close to where I lie.
In fact, we would need them even if you didn't think that way. We are in what is called the twilight of international law. The laws we claim to enforce come from the MI. Without them, we are simply vigilantes.
Vigilantes.
Sadly, it is what we already are to the people of Martinez. Most of them, at least, especially the Union. Vigilantes. I expect our job here to prove quite challenging.
Looks at the roundabout. Say nothing.
The dying lights of the city shimmer below. Slowly, like luminous clouds, they pass on his lenses. The lieutenant looks at his slim cigarette, contemplating the next drag. This soldier is the highlight of the day for me, he thinks. This little stick right here.
They really don't like us here. And the mouth on that kid, Kuno. It's different in land, in Jamrock and the GRIH.
Pulls in the cigarette. Why are they like
It's
this?
our fault for leaving this place to the dogs, to the Union, to the company. Not daring to come here more often. It's like I told you, this place is an orphan, fallen between the cracks.
And in Jamrock and the
We
GRIH.
run this city. West of the river is RCM land.
There's the dark silhouette of the equestrian monument cutting into the night sky.
It's incredibly hard. Human beings are... But we are in control, and it's worth it. The organization works. Our systems work. If they didn't, the city would disintegrate.
I hope our investigation will help improve the situation, or at least do some good.
Me too. But I wouldn't count on any drastic changes in our lifetimes.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's getting very cold now. Let's go.
Still the cigarette, looks to the door.
What's this? We're getting reports of normal, reasonable, temperate, political opinions somewhere in Martinez.
Yes, certified lib Twitter representative here. That is me, Mr. Reasonable. Someone's got to keep it sane
The
around
air
here.
suddenly feels calmer, more transparent in a strangely tender way. Perhaps it's the hangover. Perhaps it's a temporary surge of serotonin. But something tells you it's time to become a citizen of the Kingdom of Conscience.
Where's the
It is
Kingdom
not a
of
place.
Conscience?
It is a moment in time that can only arise in the right circumstances. In all of human history, it's only been achieved a handful of times.
Can you bring about these circumstances?
Incrementally. Yawn. You'd get there faster with a little speed. History's greatest catastrophes have been brought about by people trying to make the world a better place. Too quickly. That's the genius of Dolores Day. She recognized that progress is meaningless if its gains are lost because of instability. Real, lasting change can only come about gradually, increment by increment.
Okay, but what's the Kingdom of Conscience
The
actually
kingdom
like?
is difficult to comprehend, and even more difficult to describe. Partly because humanity will need to discard many of the categories that define and limit it today. The Kingdom of Conscience is post-capitalist, post-national. It's also post-industrial, post-ideological, and even post-sexual.
Incredible. Arms out. Let's go there right
Slow
now.
down, Mr. Reasonable. Did you miss the part about compromising and taking things slow?
Let's get there eventually.
That's right. Remember, real democracy is just around the corner for Revachol. When that real democracy kicks in, a long time from now, we are all going to be so much happier.
I do appreciate the, I guess, meme. Internalized Kingdom of Conscience. I'm gonna turn down my half-light for a while I get there. That's okay. Maybe I should have done Sorry Cop if it just doesn't matter and I can't. I don't want to do that whole thing though. Whoops.
The bed is cold and not particularly inviting, but it's yours. The sheets look awful.
I think this is what I was warned about, but I don't want to do that all again. It's what you expected or you're
The
surprised
sheets
at
feel
some
at once coarse and clammy against your skin. The bed sags beneath your weight as you stretch out and finally close your eyes.
I knew it was a conversation-based, intensely political, intensely satirical kind of RPG in this way. So I guess it's not surprising in that way. I'm just kind of filling in the info I didn't know about it. I don't know. I think that's the only way I can put it.
And then sleep doesn't come. Obviously, you're in bed with your eyes closed, but it's not happening. Maybe it's the bed's fault. It's a little better. Colors, scenes, and half-formed phrases still litter your mind. Part of you is still trying to solve the case, isn't it?
Kill them.
Something to do with, what was it that the lieutenant said? Union? And it's gone again. Your thoughts lost between the slowing brain waves. Your breathing steadies. A great silence washes over you until your eyelids twitch in your sleep and images start forming.
This is like fucking putrefy, I think.
Do you remember the scent of your childhood?
What is that?
What it says on the can, Harry. Answer the question.
I was born in a hospital where people usually go to die.
You're not kidding anyone, Harry. You don't remember shit. Tell me, do you remember your wife's hand on your face?
It left.
Oh no, Funky baby, you stayed. It was the rest of it that left. Or you just stood there, with one hand on the bottle and the other on your dick, watching it go.
Imagine this would be a hell of a thing to play in the dark, but I do need the model tracking.
Tell me, where are your friends? Human beings have friends, Harry boy. Where the hell are yours?
I can get it back.
No, it's gone. 3 times gone and never coming back. You failed. You failed me. You failed Elysium.
I've talked to you.
No, Harry. You were just talking to yourself. That's all you ever do. Even in your dreams. And the act is wearing thin. The spots of the disco ball fade around you. You'll be back in those cold snakeskins in no time. Sweating up the bed.
Stinky boy.
Is at least
everything. The pale and the useless. On the surface. The outer magnetosphere. Burning, furious truth. 8,000 years of written history. You really dropped the ball, Harry. 4.6 billion people. And you failed every single one of them.
Yeah.
You really fucked up.
Right back at the beginning of the game, I had a pretty extensive back and forth with Mr. Limbic System.
You're not coming back from shit, thrashing around in that high conductivity state of yours, bumping into things and acting like a clown. Who are you kidding?
Trying to solve the case.
You're trying to what? I can't hear you. This is just a word dream now. Jumbled up garbage. The pictures are gone. The bed rises to meet you. A thin, sleep-like state. More glass than velvet, grinding in your head.
So something is wrong. Sleep shouldn't be this bad, this dry, this unnourishing. There's something wrong with your thoughts. Some kind of new type of hangover.
There's another type?
Oh yes, party boy. And it's worse than the one before. Just think of the shit you saw. Here it comes too. So soon already. A silent alarm goes off in your head like clockwork. Barely let you sleep at all. Time to get those clothes on, Harry. Time to go to work in the shit factory.
Huh.
Good going, buddy.
This is how it's gonna be now when I close my eyes.
Wait till you see the one with the chick in it. It's gonna be a good one. You feel even worse this morning than you did last night.
What the hell is going on with me?
Why are you so tired? Too tired and down to even think? It is worrying, isn't it? You can't be a detective like this. Detectives need to be able to think.
Why
It's
is it
just that your
happening?
heart has finally pumped all the speed out of your system, Buster. Time to get some more. You're too weak to say no now. Waking up is the worst part. Maybe somewhere down the line you could decline.
Okay. If it just gives me thoughts I can opt out of, or that I can just not pursue, then I don't see a problem with opting in.
Speed is a potent central nervous system stimulant. It kept you propped up all day yesterday, despite your debilitating hangover. How else did you think you even got up from this floor? It's power, man. It's professionalism. It makes you feel like you're young again and ready to detect. Ready to go to war against the world.
Yes, I need to get more of it then. Detecting is my life.
Of course. Martinez is speed central. You just gotta poke around. Follow your nose. You and Speed will be happy again. You will make her come home. This time, it will be different.
So I can just not do that. Is, I think, kind of where I'm at with all this, right? I failed the volition check. I think I could have opted out there. I think I could have still opted out if I pursued another lighting, but if it just gives me a thing I can choose to do or not do, then it's probably fine? Question mark? Sorry for now.
Morning.
You quick nod.
Looks like we can get to work at once. The Union muscle turned up. They look rowdy. We should talk to them. Everything points to the dock workers' union. The belt used for hanging him, tracks in the mud, the circumstances in Martinez, my preliminary information. Which may, of course, all be wrong. But we still need to talk to them, and it won't be easy.
What do you mean?
I mean ungovernable. Martinez isn't exactly enthusiastic about the RCM being here. They prefer to be policed by the Union. These men here. Men who drink beer for breakfast? There's talk of an armed wing of the Union called the Hardy Boys, who are responsible for state policing. I think it's them.
Is the men Garrett told us
I
about
completely
yesterday?
forgot. Sorry, I had a rough night's sleep. It's them by the looks of it. Loud and nasty, just like the manager said. One loose thread less to worry about, and one big problem to replace it.
You guys need some volition? No, I want to put more points into my intellect, but I do need the fucking volition. After this one, I swear. So many of them should be called
That
reinforcements.
would just escalate tensions. No captain would sign off on it. Solving one murder isn't worth a conflict between the RCM and the Debarders Union. In fact, even the death of 2 detectives might not warrant an all-out war. So let's keep a cool head, okay? One more thing before we do. We don't have to talk to them immediately. We can walk right past them, continue with our business.
Good. A power move. Purposefully concentrate on something else first. Yeah, streetwise. Zoom right past. Do it on your own terms. But aren't you curious to know what they have to say about the murder?
They're in no hurry to leave. They think they own the place. Anyway, I leave that choice to you. Whatever you decide is fine by me.
And we'll come back after a minute. I want to talk around.
Can I help you? Got the 20 real? Then why are you wasting my time? And yours?
Some change?
Just a moment.
The old woman turns back to the cafeteria.
She's
and everything.
agitated, judging from the way she keeps pulling at the frayed edge of her blanket.
And there's no public phones nearby?
The closest phone booth is down the coast. Sorry for the inconvenience, ma'am.
The cafeteria manager appears genuinely apologetic.
It's fine, I understand. Thank you anyway. I'm glad to see you again, dear.
Good day, ma'am. Everything all right?
Please don't trouble yourself about me, sweetie. I was just hoping to make a call, but the Whirling's phone line isn't working. The Union office probably has a phone, but I can't really get there. Or to the phone booth down the coast. And Gary's phone is dead too.
What's wrong with the phone line?
The manager was vague about it.
Why would he be vague about phone problems? This is something to look into later. Ask God, maybe.
Why do you need to use the phone
To
anyway?
let the young woman who's house sitting for us know that we may be delayed. Morel, my husband, and our friend Gary were supposed to get back by Monday night, but they're still missing, and I haven't heard from them. I was also hoping she'd heard from Morel.
Gil Bite, has your husband gone missing before?
That's just it. This isn't like him at all. He always plans his expeditions so carefully. But you have more important things to worry about.
More important than a missing expedition? I don't know. Expeditions often lead to something interesting.
This expedition your
Just
husband
some
was on.
field work, sweetie. Morel is a highly trained scientist. He and his assistant Gary are studying an extremely rare species of insect.
And Mary and I ended up following up on this.
But they should have returned by now. They were just going down the coast across the waterlock to set a few traps. He said they'd be back on Monday. What could be keeping them?
The waterlock. That was broken. Could this be it?
Who's this Gary person? Do you
Oh,
trust him?
sweetie. It's nothing like that. Gary's as loyal as they come. I trust him with my husband's life any day.
The waterlock at this side of the coast is broken. They're probably just stuck
Oh
over there.
my. What happened to the waterlock?
Didn't you know it's blocked by a big butter billboard? It fell right into the water.
Oh, sweetie. If it weren't for you, I'd be looking forward to another sleepless night. Thank you from the bottom of my heart.
You're welcome, ma'am.
I hate to ask, but if your investigation takes you to the other side of the coast, please do keep an eye out for my husband.
This will surely lead to a cryptozoological mystery with that extremely rare insect. Yes, some left-field scientific research is exactly what you need right now. Funk up that vanilla murder investigation.
And if you see him, let him know Lena is waiting for him here at the Whirling. He gets so tangled up in his work that he may not know the waterlock's been repaired. And it's cold out there.
Right. I'll let him know you're here. When or if I get there.
Oh, you're such a dear. Thank you, sweetie.
So your husband's some kind of scientist?
Oh, yes. A zoologist. A cryptozoologist, to be more precise.
It's a pseudoscience that attempts to legitimize research into mythological beasts and urban legends.
Lieutenant sounds unimpressed.
That's one opinion, yes. And people are entitled to their opinions.
She's used to playing off such insults casually, but they still affect her.
My apologies, ma'am. I did not mean to undermine your hobby.
It's not a hobby, dear. It's a subfield of zoology, one specializing in animal species. Searching for such species called cryptids is difficult and often thankless, and frankly, many scientists are too lazy to do it. Universities these days are rarely interested in supporting real research.
She's completely internalized her husband's struggles. They are her own.
Tell me more about this rare insect.
Oh, sweetie, it's fascinating. But I shouldn't bore you with entomological minutiae.
The lieutenant gives you a sideways glance.
What about the insect?
Well, it's a phasmid, technically, but...
Ah yes, Phasmatodia. A diverse group of insects whose bodies resemble twigs, leaves, that sort of thing. Ghost insects, colloquially. Oh yeah. Here comes the interesting.
Where other phasmids imitate sticks or leaves, this one's a living reed. It disguises itself among the reeds here on the Insulindian coast. Hence its name, the Insulindian phasmid. Perhaps you'll end up co-discovering the phasmid with us, officers.
She looks you in the eye and nods thoughtfully.
I knew it. We're gonna be chasing made-up insects with cryptozoologists.
It's not made up, officer. I can assure you. It's simply elusive, so much so that most establishment zoologists doubt it exists at all.
You actually think the phasmid's around
Well,
here?
some teenagers making out in the reeds saw one. They didn't know what it was, of course, but there was a brief article in a local newspaper about their encounter with a ghost insect that looks like the reeds. Gary sent us the clipping.
So newspaper clippings, all
Of
the
course,
evidence.
most phasmid sightings turn out to be false alarms, but their description matched the Insul Indian phasmid perfectly, and they didn't even know what they were looking at.
Enthusiasm has wiped the worry from her face. Her eyes sparkle behind her glasses.
Seeming excited
I
about this
suppose I
cryptid.
have something of a personal connection to the Insul Indian phasmid. All scientists have their little hobby horses.
Have cool
Yes,
powers.
it can blend in almost perfectly among the reeds. It's how it stayed hidden all these years, centuries even.
So is it dangerous?
Not at all. Why else would it hide itself so carefully?
Okay, what's so special about the stick bug then?
Dear, I'm afraid I'm not explaining this very well. It is very special.
His face flushes with embarrassment.
Morel can explain it all much better. I wish you could hear him describe it. Then you'd understand, I'm sure.
That's all for now, man.
Wow, so someone's been a little boring.
What?
Yes, my standard liege. Someone's seen all sorts of wild ideas pop off and thought, I'll take the boring one. The regular, please. The brown.
Kim, am I boring?
I wouldn't worry about that.
See? You're so regular and vinyl brown, he doesn't even want to talk to you about it.
What is this, picking me for not being crazy enough? That's the least of my concerns.
No need to be defensive. The regularity, the brownness, the cut and dry have their appeal. A very standard appeal.
I'm trying to do my job.
Of course you do. Let's get right to it. My lord's coppo type is regular cop. I'll let everyone know. I'll send out a telefax.
Is my combo
Yes,
type now?
the type of cop you are, sire. Think of it as a caste, a class even, a nation of regular law officials that you belong to. It comes, of course, with the usual benefits.
Why not? Send the telefax then. I'm not
Done
confused.
and done. No actual communiques will be sent, of course. That would be too dramatic.
Alright, well. I guess I suck. I'm gonna keep this, I think, for a bit. I will go check out those guys in a minute.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Have you heard back from the SP about the serial
Yes.
number?
The armor was produced by Fairweather in their facilities in Betancourt, sur la Clé in 42. It was part of a special order for Corps de Pharmacie, a security firm contracted to protect the interests of Oranese pharmaceutical companies in the Semenine conflict. So, it seems the armor went to Semenine. That's where the paper trail ends, though. Even the firm has proven difficult to track. Corps de Pharmacie has been renamed several times over in the years since the armor was issued.
You know what it's called now?
The most recently registered firm that the ICP has been able to connect to the CDP is a military contractor called Trinell, and the one before it was Downwell. I think they might be the same contractor.
A suit of armor like this would have been manufactured with a particular person's physique in mind. You should ask for whom this suit was fitted.
First, has this firm continued to work for pharmaceutical companies through all these name changes?
Hard to say. Their client list is rather diverse and incomplete. The only constant seems to be that the mercenaries are always deployed in third and fourth world countries.
A suit of armor like this would have been customized to fit the wearer. It must be record of the person to whom it was issued.
Yes, but the ICP tends to be reluctant to share private sector records. I could try to talk them into it, though.
This is a fun challenge for her, an opportunity to contribute beyond doing her job by rote. She'll gladly put in the extra effort for Team RCM.
Yes, thank you, officer. I really appreciate your effort in this case.
Glad to help. Call back tomorrow. Hopefully I'll have more for you then. 57th, over and out.
In the cabin, you see a set.
Sweet. What's the fucking name he gave? I want to check that out. I also want to find...
Yes?
Nothing. Is sea monster released to the plaza? Really?
Vigilance officer, what can this old carabiner do for you?
Saw a statue of Philip III of the Round.
Ah, yes! King Philip III, on his steed. A reminder of what Revachol once was.
Oh, absolutely. At the mercy of a cocaine-snorting tyrant who emptied the treasury so he could sleep on a bed of gold.
Cocaine? Cocainum? Sounds like our kind of king. And just imagine what kind of cocaine a king would have had.
A superpower, feared and respected. A testament to what this country can be under the leadership of a true king. Someone who knows how to rule.
How should a true king
Decisively,
rule?
without fear of offending the sensibilities of the frail and weak-minded among his subjects. This is something the insurgents never understood.
To me, a leader should take care of his people before himself.
A nation is only as strong as its leader. That's why it was such madness
That's
to try
communist.
to...
Fuck off.
Don't get started on that again. What happened, happened.
The carabiner doesn't reply, but his entire being communicates unbreakable resolve. No one and nothing can change this man's mind. He is as rigid as they come, still in that antique uniform. It's a symbol for him.
Sorry, what's that?
Right.
Thank you.
Vigilance officer, what can this old carabiner do for you?
Seems to be playing it later.
The terrain here provides an interesting variety to a familiar game.
Anything to do with the bullet holes I've been seeing around?
It was left by heavy artillery fire.
It's credit left by artillery fire, but why? Why was heavy artillery used?
Because that's what happens when communists hijack your country, execute your supreme leadership, and turn your capital into a slaughterhouse. You use heavy ordnance to clean up your home.
Did you use artillery fire against him?
Sadly, no. It was the foreigners who brought them to their knees. We fought valiantly. Too valiantly. So valiantly we got licked.
He had squeezing a ball in his fist.
Should have fought dirty, like they did with their suicide sex cult propaganda and mad anarchist women strapped to shrapnel bombs. We didn't though, and we lacked caliber. God bless him, but the suzerain's cannons simply weren't big enough.
It was probably a bit more complicated than that.
I shelled them here in
Because
Martinez.
this place is a damn beachhead. Had to soften the commies up first. Yes. The military coordinated amphibious landing to take back Revachol. Martinez was used as one of the 3 footholds in Revachol during Operation Deathblow in 08. The other 2 are off in Stella Maris, and the Delta.
Deathblow
This
sounds
here is
grim.
Blood Ground, where Coalition boots first made landfall and cleaned those rabid dogs out. Most likely, we're playing pétanque on their mangled corpses.
Blood ground. You got old René going there. Like he isn't hungry enough already.
Hold on, the Coalition?
Don't get me wrong, officer. I hate those foreign dogs, but the enemy of my enemy and all that. They're the lesser evil.
Explains all the war
Damn
damage.
right, son. They laid the fire of hell on the city before they stormed it. And it worked, too.
Strange gleam in his
The
eyes.
rest of the city got cleaned up, but Martinez they keep as a monument. And now the Union Socialists are practically running the place.
Well, it's your own damn fault. You, we, the coalition, Revachol, whoever you want to blame, never finished the job. Officially, the party never surrendered. Of course they still hold influence.
You don't even begin to truly understand the players at the table, let alone the specific circumstances surrounding the... What do you think?
Thinking men have opinions on these things. Present one.
Coalition seems fine, actually.
They're not. And I'm sorry it had to be them. After 8 years of fighting those hyenas, boiling cats for food and drinking piss in the mountains,
Takes a deep breath.
I would have preferred if the Right Honorable King Guillaume returned through Revachol. Or even if that damn clan Frisel had risen from the grave and led us. Sadly, that was not the case.
This royal failure weighs heavily on him.
Instead, all that is just, holy, and beautiful in the world was wiped away, and now it's neon signs with toothpaste ads everywhere. Foreign influence peddling garbage and stupid music on the radio.
He sighs.
This is just what the commies wanted. This was their plan all along. This is what they wanted to replace the role of the suzerain with.
Just feel like the third factor into this.
It doesn't. That was 100 years ago. It got nothing to do with anything.
Who's this Frizzle?
Damn Frisel. He was the king we couldn't protect. The Carabineers failed him, and the crown.
The old veteran falls silent.
He died in the hands of the Hyperlay, in a very public execution.
He slouches as he says that. It makes him smaller, admitting they left the king to the mob.
You mentioned Julian?
A true king in both blood and mind, led Revachol before Frisel. He would have been better, but the damn commies drove him into exile.
Some manner of self-deceit is present in his thinking. Sounds like this Guillaume abandoned him, and he doesn't want to admit it.
What exactly is Suzanne?
The suzerain is the king! Has everyone forgotten already? They forgotten already.
Soon, they will forget everything. Him too. Then he chooses anger over melancholy.
It's no use talking to you. You were still in Daddy's bowls when it happened. When we took our last stand against the filth and rode the cavalry straight into gunfire.
I'm not cracking that egg, so I think I won't try. What was that?
The sight of bullet holes stirs something in you, making you forget the lieutenant's surname. The faded marks are too degraded to draw any forensic conclusions. Just chips in the sandstone. They look pretty ancient.
Where?
Someone's been shot. We're cops. We
There?
saw that.
Those are old.
Do you mean old?
These bullets were fired during the revolution, over half a century ago. They do not warrant investigation.
Okay. What can you tell me about the revolution?
Not much. I don't have a fresh perspective on it. Shall we go?
As you like. All I got, I built with my bare hands. As you, whatever you like, just whatever you want. So. Had I known how sleeping affects health and morale, I might have used my items differently, I think. But that's fine. What's his fuck is not opted to return. Talk to the other guy, I guess. I don't know why we routed that way.
The tear machine stand. Your bottles clunk into. Do you know what you...
We need alcohol, actually.
An old call box with a matrix of push buttons lists all the companies in the East Delta Commerce.
If there's anything else to be gleaned here. Let's review, because I have a lot of fucking bullshit. Joyce's info, which is Borling's secret passage. Sing karaoke isn't happening anytime soon. I don't think I need to explore scientific racism. But if it comes to it, I suppose. What's that? That's what heard the ghost named John Kaus from Yania. Still mumbling herself and running out of the paperback. A good one?
Yes? Hello?
She nods, her attention fully focused on reading.
Me?
Who are you?
No one. I'm just a working class woman.
She doesn't really want to be disturbed that much. If she's such a working class woman, why isn't she working?
What are you doing?
Looking for something to read.
Diverts her attention to... We're not paperback. Phenomenal.
It is.
I'm a police.
I know you are.
Good then. She returns her attention to soggy books on the bookstand. Do you need the help of the
What
policeman?
with?
Watch
Her
your
hands move over the book covers. The tips of her fingers look rough, stained with yellow. It seems like she has spent a lot of time at work, smoking. The woman before you nods and returns to her reading.
still love the track in this place.
Ruination has come. The broken arches betray the once grand history of this building. It towered over the harbor until it happened. A great force from the northeast fired into the city. Heavy artillery shelled the coastline. Fired from the water. A straight shot into Revachol.
Knowing all I know.
The tenement acted as a defensive wall against the worst of the shelling until it was destroyed, and they had a direct firing line. Those arches acted as support for something greater than what you see now. Only 3 stories stand where 9 to 12 once did. Restoration has failed. What the shelling took out was never rebuilt.
Who did this?
A fleet, the combined armies of Occident and Grad, with Mesk volunteers, a 5-nation army, hundreds of vessels. They massed airships further down in the Bay of Revachol. The artillery was so powerful. The ships not only required gyroscopic stabilization, they were anchored into the ocean floor as well. Many are still there to this day. If you squint, you can just barely see the shadow on the water, far in the northeast. Cannons still ready to placate Revachol. The waves of the Martinez Inlet roll over the fallen remains of the building. The dark waters obscure the better part of the remains. What didn't fall into the ocean was used as scrap. What wasn't used as scrap was thrown into the ocean.
I didn't even fucking look at the... Above, tarps flap in the wind, forgotten hammers and nails rust. Quite so. Door's locked, you can't get in. Chair's new, someone's back here.
Ooh, the piggies have learned how to saunter up staircases. I didn't think you could do that with hooves. But here you are.
That's right. We've evolved.
Yeah, I can see that. Cool mutations.
She crosses her arms.
That smell coming from her paint bucket. It's not paint. It's heavy fuel oil.
Is that heavy fuel
Red-dyed
oil?
heavy fuel oil, intended for exclusive use in government vehicles, to be precise.
He says, studying the contents of Cindy's bucket.
What did you think I was using? Aquarels? Sucked it out of a cop's fuel tank myself. Back in Jamrock.
She really did it. She's proud of it too.
Some clever cultural
You ain't
commentary.
seen nothing yet, piggy boo.
See you later. It's the coal room I've heard a bit about. Really want more electrochemistry, but I'll take it. Someone's been sleeping here recently. Cindy? Enough coal to last for several winters. Smell of chemicals. Getting quieter because people... Actually, there's probably no one actually... Not many people are actually trying to fall asleep at 10 p.m. in like college dorms, if I'm being completely honest. Do want to kind of check the place a bit. I can think of no meaningful justification to knock on these doors, but...
You hear someone walking around inside, rearranging the furniture.
It is
the
now
number
not
on the panel
that,
says
not like
10.
Middle of the night.
The walking stops abruptly, but no one comes to the door. You can feel tension on the other side. A poor communard, from the looks of it. The room is barely bigger than a closet.
That's not right.
Do I have to open the door?
Hear the clinking of heels against the other side, walks right to the door. Her tone is now getting
Do you
defensive.
have a warrant? I'm not obligated to open the door if you don't have a warrant.
Let's go. We don't have a reason to get inside that apartment.
It's generally easier to do things if you have literally any reason.
College. I'm surprised I was able to do it in retrospect. What's here? Alcohol Commodore Red. I do have alcohol now. I don't want to use it because I disagree with that. Because last time I got like drunk, the whole fucking amnesia thing happened apparently. So maybe we don't do that. There's just fucking money everywhere here. Jeez. I don't see any way to get up there at the moment. Shame. Well, I do have enough to... pay for my room for the night, so I have to start. Then we can ask about the phone line as well, I think.
Can I help you? Got the 20 real?
Yep.
Good. You got the room for the night, but remember, you'll need another 20 real tomorrow.
Just so. Goodbye. I didn't ask
Can
about...
I help you? Another thing. Great. I love those.
So the phone line's
Yes,
dead.
and the phone company is taking its sweet time sending someone to fix it. Losers.
That's pretty
It's not
strange.
strange, it's inconvenient.
Is it true there was foul
Who told you
play?
that?
Does it matter? Just want to know who you
Fine,
suspect.
yeah. It looked like someone had messed with the wiring. It was shortly after the hanging, but I don't know if it's at all related. Plenty of assholes around here who aren't murderers. If you do find out who cut the line, though, let me know so I can forward them the repair bill. Yes?
Right to work! Right to work! Shame on you!
See if anything's changed up here. View?
Hola, wandering man.
Am I really gonna have to fucking... I know
Hola,
that
wandering man.
the game explicitly said I can sort of come around to understanding it without believing it. I know, I'd like to explore my other options pretty thoroughly first. I'm not sure my other options are at the moment, is all. There's the, we take stock again. I think I just need to... I've got the thing going on at night. I can talk to the fucking guys. That's about all, really.
Let me handle this.
The one says the crowd in the mess hall before turning to you.
Detective disorientated. Are you still wondering where you are? This is Martinez, in case you've forgotten. I advise you not to overstay your welcome.
Her entire character has shifted. This young woman is cold as ice.
But check it out. It's normal.
Yes, extremely normal. I'm not a gardener, by the way. I'm a legal counselor for the Dock Workers Union.
She crosses her arms.
So let's get to it. You're looking for Titus Hardy? You think he has information that will help you? Maybe he does.
Looks to the man on the right.
That's Titus. Talk to him. But know this. I'll be keeping an eye on you. No strong arming. Nothing official. The District of Martinez does not recognize your authority to make arrests.
It doesn't matter if you recognize our authority. We will make an arrest if we have to.
She says nothing. Her glare speaks for her.
Like I already told you, I'm a legal counselor. Do you have hearing problems?
Duck Quackers Union. What if I want to talk to you, not
What
Titus?
you want is of no significance, officer. Don't test your authority. In Martinez, you are no one.
You want to do to me?
What are we going to do to you?
It's a cold laughter devoid of joy.
The union isn't going to do anything to you. It is not a crime syndicate. It is a labor organization.
Goddamn right it is.
If anything, it is the RCM who do things to people. But we digress.
Thanks, son. It's a bowl of their spit in it, reeking of tobacco. Photos of men in overalls, toting guns and union placards.
This is where you say your bit.
A broad-shouldered man points at you with a beer can.
Detective.
Lieutenant acknowledges you with a sharp note. He's leaving it to you.
Hey, dipshit. You hard of hearing or something? The boss man's talking to you.
Do not let their squeals disturb your serenity. These are but simple peasants, sire.
Shatter's too inane to reach your ears. Raise your chin and gaze into the distance like a prince.
What, is he fucking kidding? This guy high or something?
The guy looks
Hey,
like
asshole, up here. We're talking to you.
We are looking for Titus Hardy.
Lieutenant turns to the broad-shouldered man at the end of the table. Talk about the man hanged out back.
Oh, this is about him. A real looker, that one.
You're sure taking your time, waiting for him to get ripe and pretty for you, huh?
Oh, he was a real pretty boy by now. Real hot stuff. Letting out that pretty boy smell.
Time to go to work in the shit factory!
Well then.
Easy,
The fuck am I supposed to make of that?
These janitors have a hell of a job cut out for them. I mean, I wouldn't go in there for $1 million.
Snapped his forehead.
You might want to start asking your questions now. It's not going to get better than this.
Do a head count first. Connect these men to the tracks you saw in the yard. Chances are they're
Titus,
going
I hardly
to
know
match.
him. Thank you. Tracks on the yard, chances are going to match. Scan the room.
Starting from the right. Boot size 44. Blonde man. In his 30s. Overbearingly masculine. Sitting on his right. Standard working boots. Size 45 or 46. Eldest in the room. Probably mid-50s. Smoker. Quiet. Across at the other table. Hobnailed working boots. Size 43. Gang tattoos. Mesk or Sarah Maritzian in his late 30s, early 40s. And then standard working boot. Steel reinforced toes. Size 46. The big dick. Wide at the shoulders and lean at the hips. Rugby cap. Fingerless gloves. And numerous scars. A little under 40. The emblem on his vest says Rowing Club. A little patch below it reads T. Hardy, Captain. In the far corner, standard working boot. Steel reinforced toes. Size 44. 40-something. Non-alcoholic beverage in hand. You squint. Is that a plectrum? On his neck. Forget it. It's not important. Let's call this one the musician. Size 41. With the light step. Not a child, after all. An older man with a rat face. Mean, watery eyes, and 2 front teeth missing. In the middle, heaving and wheezing. Big guy. Boot size 46. Deep marks. Probably carried the victim over. He, alone, is 130 kilos. Add the man in armor, and you could easily exceed 220.
How the fuck does this game play out if my character is stupid? Jesus Christ, like I went for this. I made a custom super all-around build, but all the pre-mades were like high priority into one thing or another. It's like, I don't know. I'm really curious if I didn't like do what I did, how this would be going.
In conclusion, these 7 are the actors on the crime scene. The footprints were theirs, but there's a discrepancy.
One of them is missing. The odd soul?
Exactly. You've stood there for about 4 seconds, not saying anything. Hit them with questions. Where's the 8th Hardy?
The fuck is with you, fella?
I had 8 sets of footprints, but there's only 7 of you. There's the 8th Hardy
What
boy.
are you talking about, madman? There's no 8th Hardy boy. There's 7 of us, and we're all here.
Sizes you like.
Or what? You want to be the 8th Hardy boy? We ain't hiring.
He shakes his head.
Actually, boss, we've been talking, and we think she could maybe...
She? So there's an 8th Hardy, and it's a Hardy girl? Who might it be? Elizabeth? The gardener?
Shut the fuck up, Glenn! I do the talking here. Now what the fuck do you want, cop?
So let me get this straight. There is an 8th Hardy boy. It's a she, and you don't like us talking about her?
That's right. We're not talking about this. This is a private Hardy Boys matter. Nothing to do with your shit. And
Points at the lieutenant.
you're not cops here. Don't go digging around if you don't want a bullet in the back of your head. I'm watching you.
Good. We are all watching each other. Officer, your question.
There's no point in pushing it further, he thinks. This is already a victory. We'll learn more about this 8th Hardy sooner or later.
Let's go on the front. The man heading the backyard. Did you do
The
it?
pretty boy. You guys really love talking about that pretty boy.
Funny. But my partner and I have a serious matter to discuss with you.
Is there a container belt?
Container
around the
belt?
man's neck?
Like we use in the harbor?
Yes, why?
Because we took it from the harbor where we work. Then we went out back and used it to hang him. We did this together, all of us, until he was dead. That's why there's a container belt around his neck.
Oh, so you just confessed to murder?
Goddamn right.
No. These 7 honest men have equally come forth. They told you what happened so that you don't waste any more of your time.
All 7 together. They're diluting responsibility. It's an anti-arrest tactic.
When did this... That was beyond fucking easy. What? When did this hanging incident occur?
You don't have to answer any of his questions.
Fixer turns to your mind, Titus.
I know, Lizzie. Relax. We killed him last Sunday night. Seemed like a good way to end the week.
How did you know the victim?
Known him? We don't associate with scum like that, asshole.
Yeah! Who do you think we are?
Quiet. He came around about 3 weeks ago when that Pines cow first sailed into town. Happy?
By the Pines cow, you mean Joyce Messier? The representative for White Pines? The same company you are striking against?
No. I mean the Pines cow. The stupid-ass cow they sent in to fuck us over. But you know what?
He rubs his chin, pretending to mull it over.
Why don't you ask her about the pretty boy? I'm sure she has interesting things to say when you ask her hard enough.
That's enough insinuation for today, Titus. Officer, your interview is drawing to an end. Don't waste your last questions. Are
Called
you
the shots
deaf?
that night.
There will be no singling anyone out. You can't arrest a Hardy boy without arresting all Hardy boys. Do you think you could do that? Do you think you could arrest them all?
Shadow smirk passes her lips as she
A
tilts her
trick
head.
question. Don't let her lead the conversation.
Just Titus. No, but seriously, who calls
Who
the
do you
shots around
fucking
here?
think does?
It wasn't a question, dickwad. How fucking stupid are you?
This asshole is worse than... Titus
Kinda
runs
thought it
the
was a
Hardy
trick
Boys,
question.
genius. That's why we're called the Hardy Boys. Ain't that right, fellas?
I think you got your answer, Mr. Law.
Yes, there are some administrative differences. But on that night, they all acted as one man.
So why don't you kill him?
Why? 'Cause he was worthless mercenary scum. And he stepped out alive in my town.
He was a mercenary,
And
that's it?
he stepped out alive.
Pete's jaw clamped shut like a
What
vice.
kind of mercenary?
The kind that shows up when you start a strike. The experienced kind, too. Had Cohoy and Seminine written all over him. ex-Oranese Special Forces.
A live grenade. Right here in our bar.
This one has a special gripe with him coming here.
I can't prove it, but I know he was sent by the Wild Pines. They hire merc shit like that. Story of every strike from here to Samara.
How do you know he was in Special
Because one
Forces?
night, he walked straight up to the mic and said, I'm Oranese goddamn Special Forces, and I'm gonna fuck you all.
Really?
Yeah, really. Had a gin and tonic up there, sang some Oranese paratrooper song, and said he's gonna fuck everyone.
We couldn't believe it either, but he fucking did, right there. Like some kind of animal.
Sire, the tale is true. This is a serious violation of the karaoke code.
Okay, besides crimes against karaoke, what did he actually do wrong?
Wrong? He harassed women, raped one, harassed workers, threatened to kill some as a warning.
Spittle from his mouth. Okay, so it's complicated. More so than I initially thought, I guess. Intriguing.
From rape to harassment to threats of violence. Why the strange de-escalation? He regrets mentioning it. Hopes you didn't notice.
To kill us all, if we don't open the gates, if we don't let the scabs in, if we don't bend over. And that was before he started coming here.
Yeah, he said it was his favorite joint now. Started coming here every night. Drinking, grabbing girls. Grabbed one of ours mid-karaoke, right there on the stage.
I think I need to make another call to, what's-her-face. Ask her about this guy.
He grabbed someone?
Lieutenant is trying to make sense of the flood of information.
Yeah. This girl's on the mic. A beautiful girl. Young. Gets into the second verse of Lover Lake. The fucker grabs her legs, starts screaming. Show me your cunt! Why don't you show me your cunt? Then, he gets knocked on the head with a wine bottle. Doesn't even fall down.
Shakes his head in disbelief. Was the same girl who was sexually assaulted, you mentioned?
Aren't you fucking listening? My man is talking to you. He took care of it. They got the girl out before anything else could happen.
Yeah, me and Eugene got her out. Aren't you fucking listening?
Pete's like a parrot.
There's something odd here. Seems like they don't want to talk about that rape Titus mentioned. Why not? This is a serious allegation. Make them talk about it.
God, what if I was bad at this stuff? Again. Right, but what did he do? Who did he do it to? It's a very serious allegation.
No. You're not getting the name. That's a Martinez matter. And I'm not discussing it with you clowns.
How'd you kill him?
We hanged him up by his neck until he got real still. Wasn't that obvious, Copper?
But he's like a big deal mercenary guy. That's like a very involved way to kill a man. I'm not sure how you subdued him for that, is what I'm saying.
Didn't they teach you anything at the cop school, idiot?
This is where an autopsy would come in handy. You have to work with what you know.
Need more. Did you muffle him? We haven't heard any reports of screams.
Titus, you don't have to clarify anything.
We overpowered him, dragged his unconscious body to the tree, put a noose around his neck, and hanged him till he was dead and steady.
Then we left him for seagulls, maggots, and you fucks.
Make them a bit more uncomfortable first, then see if it all adds up.
Isn't he a trained killer from Orange Special Forces? If yes, then how did you manage to overpower him?
With numbers, asshole. How do you think? You're right, Lizzie. I've done enough explaining here.
No, he hasn't. Not yet.
Where'd this overpowering
Weren't
happen?
you fucking listening? The fucker came to our bar. It happened right here.
Here goes fucking nothing.
Titus is solid as a rock.
Sweet fuck.
And
Okay.
so are a few others. But
Tell me you're
Elaine,
solid.
who looks like he might be Titus's right-hand man, the least antsy of the bunch. Definitely not his first time being questioned by the police. This little rat-faced fellow is solid, too. Always fidgety, yes, but no change there. Him neither. Mostly keeps to his tomato juice, or whatever he's got there.
He's cracking. Just yawn at me? What the fuck happened there? This one, he's cranking, he's sweating profusely and has difficulty breathing. They smartly kept him out of the conversation this far. Definitely the weakest link in the chain. Hey you, turn to the big guy. You having trouble breathing over there?
No.
He looks up, startled, his forehead shiny from sweat. A few coiled locks are peeking out from under his warm woolen hat.
Of course he's having trouble breathing. Just look at how fucking fat he is.
The man next to the big guy bursts out laughing.
Fuck off, Shanky. Angus is a powerful guy. All muscle.
Keep your eye on this powerful guy. Sooner or later, he's going to break like a piece of twig.
And fuck you too, Copper. Picking on Angus like this. We're done with this schoolyard shit. And just so you know, he doesn't have trouble breathing.
His all-muscle comment wasn't sarcastic. He's genuinely trying to look out for Angus. This one is a stone wall. You won't get more out of them about the night of the murder. Not yet.
Right, I have other questions.
Like what, Copper?
So what are you gonna do now?
Nothing. Your investigation here is done. Leave Martinez, go back to your stations where you belong.
I think we're going to stick around, thanks. Some things don't add up here, Titus. I've done this job for long enough to know that people don't just confess to first-degree murder. Even if it is a group responsibility, we're going to look into this.
I got the impression that this guy does care about looking out for his community. And I think I kind of need to factor that into how I deal with them.
Good luck with that. You've heard everything a rent-a-cop is gonna hear from us. Real law officials. You're lucky you didn't get a beating.
I'm gonna take off now. I might need my gun.
Kingdom of Conscience. The Kingdom of Conscience will be exactly as it is now. Moralists don't really have beliefs. Sometimes they stumble on one, like on a child's toy left on the carpet. The toy must be put away immediately, and the child reprimanded. Centrism isn't change, not even incremental change. It is control over yourself and the world. Exercise it. Look up at the sky, at the dark shapes of the Coalition airships hanging there. Ask yourself, is there something sinister in moralism? And then answer, no. God is in his heaven. Everything is normal on Earth.
I'll just check the window because I haven't done it.
Behind the dockworkers, a ceiling-height window. The hawthorn branches scrape the glass like bony fingers.
Squint.
There's a little slide panel up there to let some air in. No need to open it in spring. It's still too cold outside.
For you guys. Okay.
Can I help you? Another thing. Yes?
Goodbye. I always usually stay up. It's usually nearly 11 p.m. over there. Not judging, just curious. I'm kind of like sucked in, but I was kind of. Turn us within the slicing seat them. Okay. I was kind of passively thinking that I should be wrapping up here. So... with the music still going, I think that's just what we'll do. Well, I mean, thank you for coming in and hanging out with me with a bunch of the time, particularly when you didn't really understand what was happening to begin with. Is it me here? Awesome. Okay, well, I'm gonna end stream, kind of get everything all packed up. Yeah, I'll see.